there's no reason to logically conclude that just because you're the consistent factor in a negative cycle that you're the problem. It's just there's no logic that says that that's it's like sometimes that's true, sometimes it's not. There's nothing you can logically draw from
That's
that.
how that's how like you would do like a mental disorder, right? Like you would take a sample of people and be like, this is the normal baseline behavior. This is the abnormal baseline behavior. And so I would that's why I have to be like, is this maladaptive and why am I reinforcing it?
Yeah, and I mean that's also a big question because like grounding to society is also a big thing. But there's just there's also something about society like you know how like there's all these descriptions of like magic and all this stuff, alchemy, all the in the past people doing all this mystical stuff and like there's no like what is it? There was like all these witch trials, like what are witches, right? Like there's all this stuff in human history. I guess all I'm saying is that there is a magical element of society that's something some hey,
What's up, dude?
not much. Been looking forward, just turning my phone on silent. Been looking forward to talking to you.
Yeah, man. Me too. I need to set my baby monitor outside real quick and I'll be good to go. How's it going?
Going good. There have been several sort of things in our dialogoses, cadence dialogoses that um ha have sort of, in our back and forths, um, have highlighted topics that I was sort of interested to go into. Like I remember you said something, so you thought that the idea of egolessness was really a naive conceptualization. I think there was other things. That's the one I remember. I know that this conversation we'd kind of planned on focusing on morality, and that is it's a something that relates to morality. But yeah, that's the topic. But yeah, how have you been?
Really busy, but good. Trying to move, get a bigger place. Uh, Work is kind of wacky, but yeah, other than that, just trying to learn. I don't care if you want to talk about the other things from the dialogus. That's also fine too. Maybe we can reconcile those quickly.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
They are also related to morality,
Yeah.
but um, yeah. So that you said egolessness, the idea was not a very good conceptualization. Um, then I would just put forward like if you have a situation and two people, and if the situation affects them, so it's the decision has to be made. So like let's say you have to decide who gets the money, and if you were to make that decision the same, regardless of which participant you are, like if you get the money or not, so you make it sort of objectively, I would call that being egoless. And then that would be um the moral attribute of egolessness. So I don't know if your contention is that it's not possibly true or just that the formulation of possibility with no ego existing is not true. I just don't know.
Yeah, I don't. I guess maybe I just don't understand it the way that I should be giving it more. I should be listening better. To me, it sounds like something impossible because like you need the ego. I don't know. I'm convinced that you need the ego, so I don't understand how you could eliminate it. I guess.
I mean, I guess maybe this ties back into like our. I think this is probably what the difference is that I think that there's some kind of Platonic forms, maybe logic or something which is like true irregardless of humans. And so like if you make a decision that's based on that, I view that as not being an ego thing, but just being something derivative of logic, you know, whether it's,
Yeah.
you know,
I just don't know how I think of logic as after you have your emotional reaction, I guess. So your first reaction is logic. It's just logic that's quicker and faster and hardwired and trying to, I don't know, say that this logic, after if I think about it, isn't a part of that system sounds odd to me, if that makes any sense.
hmm. Well, I mean, maybe this is a good transition then into morality because I do wonder then what you think morality is. Is it you said you'd been thinking about this a bit, but like is it grounded in anything or is it what is it? What can morality be? Is it just what we agree is good or
Yeah, it's a tough one because I've been trying to figure it out, and that. I like that sentence I sent you. That it's something like, what did I say, man? It was something like it's humans making sure that we don't turn each other into objects, something like that. It just keeps happening. We turn others into objects, and then we're like, oh, we should probably not do that, and that keeps happening over and over and over again, and it's like
mm,
it's just this pattern that keeps emerging, and we're like, oh, maybe we shouldn't do that, and then slaves, and then, oh, maybe we shouldn't do that, and then whatever, and then World War II, oh, maybe we should. It's just this like this constant reminding of maybe we shouldn't do that to each other because we're the same species. It's okay for some reason. It's okay, if we do it to other things, but whenever we're talking about the same species, like it always ends up not being okay. And so I think that's kind of where I land.
so in some sense our moralities are not just different, they're exactly opposite because I'm wanting to take the human and say there's some objective morality which is more object like. And you're saying the issue with morality is that the humans are doing that. They're making something an object as opposed to being human, to where I'm grounding it in this sort of
Oh,
eternal
just
Platonic
making
forms.
each other human, or just making each other objects. I think maybe it'd be fine if we had everybody agreeing to this objective morality. I think that's kind of what happens whenever we make those adjustments. I'm just speaking about like if I were to turn you into an object or a transaction, that would be immoral.
Psychopathic.
Maybe. Maybe that's part of it.
Then what do you think about the idea of like, is that something objective? Is it something objective that we can uh,
I think that's
agree on universally?
I think so. I think it keeps that's what I'm just saying. I think it keeps repeating. I think that's one of the criteria towards objective morality, if there is objective morality. It's that don't turn each other into objects.
Is it the same thing as what we were saying, the dialogos, um, that it's like giving people freedom, like giving people as much autonomy as possible? I'm just
Sure,
trying to.
that could be a part of it, sure, but yeah, that's not like the only thing. It's just like don't yeah, whenever we were talking, it was Caden, I think. He was talking about force and freedom and things like that. Like that was a pretty good idea. Like don't force people to do things. I think that's turning them into objects when you force people to do things.
So
But
that's one
sometimes you have
facet.
to
So
apply a
all
little.
morality, sorry, there's a bit of an internet hiccup there.
Yeah, go
So
ahead. Go ahead.
all morality can then be derived from this single axiom. Is that what you're presenting? That it's don't turn humans into
Me?
objects.
I think that's the pattern, and maybe that's not the only pattern, but I I think that's one that I am grounding my moral compass in right now. Yes, and I even sometimes do it to my animals.
You do you oh you try not to
I
treat them like animals. You try to treat them like
No, not like humans. Try not to treat
but
them like objects.
objects. Right, right,
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
yeah. And that the example of that is like I have an old dog right now, and she's more of a burden objectively. Like she's going to cost money because we're renting for another year, and so there's a pet fee, and she's just on the verge of death. And so objectively, there's so many things. She's messy, she's dirty. There's just a lot of dimensions that point towards this dog is not going to be good in my life. But I can't I can't get myself to do anything to change the situation because something in me is like that would be me turning the dog into a transaction and then turning it into an object. Like I committed to this
Hmm.
13 years ago, and so something in me is like I must, you know, handle all the consequences until the dog's fully realized. I don't know how else to put it. So I
Describing death as fully realized is an interesting way
yeah,
to
that's
describe it.
a weird. I like yeah. I realize that I say that, and I think of death in that way. Yeah, it's funny.
Fully realized, yeah, that's very interesting.
Like self actualization is like
Yeah.
really close to that. Cool, cool Freudian slip.
Yeah, very cool. It makes me think it's a maybe a possibly interesting way to view it.
Maybe, but yeah, for that example of like it's an animal, and I get that that has nothing to do with turning humans into objects, but I was just kind of using how it kind of bleeds into a relationship with an animal, I guess.
How does that then say something about what you should do with it? Like you don't you have to then define what it means to be human and how you should treat humans? Because if you say don't treat them like they're objects, treat them like they're humans, or don't treat them like objects, treat them like they're animals, doesn't that sort of beg the question of like, well, then what do you
Yeah,
treat them like?
maybe I brought up the dog example because maybe humans are animals, and I can see a parallel there. That was a good
But
question.
like, isn't there? Because maybe wouldn't some person say, well, I think they're humans, but my perspective of humans is that sometimes humans need to be ruled, or sometimes humans need to be restricted, constrained, controlled,
Yes, uh,
manipulated.
maybe not as far as manipulated, but the other things, sure.
So, so then your ultimate morality doesn't say that you shouldn't necessarily, it doesn't say that maybe classes are bad, like different hierarchies or different statuses are bad. How would it though, like maybe somebody wants a
Those are all
slave,
tools, except for slaves. That's making an object, a human an object.
right?
But like all those things you were describing, whether or not
Tools,
it's good or bad, yeah, those are just tools.
tools. Okay, so if you then like sort of talk really abusively to somebody, then maybe that's not bad because you're still treating them like a human because you're talking to them. But but I would say conventionally people would say sort of abusive talking is bad. So how does this how does this describe then abusive type behavior?
Well, I guess you could find the light in anything, right? Maybe the abusive talk, you know, that's person's mode, and if you're receiving it, it's it's difficult because these things happen in cycles and people get stuck in cycles. But hopefully, some at some point they can understand it's abusive. I don't really know exactly. I under, what am I? What are you asking exactly? You're saying if I know
Well,
something is really bad, how does your moral compass acknowledge that it's really bad?
yeah.
It sounds like,
Well, I'm trying to find how that idea plays out. So if we
yeah,
societally went like, okay, well, we agree that that's going to be the base axiom, and then all morality from that. I'm trying to see like what are the extrapolations of that as a moral baseline.
yeah, like I said, I don't think a lot about my moral compass, and I don't get asked a lot about it, and I try to not morally judge as much as possible, even though you can't help it and whatever. But yeah, this is all new. I don't know, man. That's what I was saying. I think that's just one thing I've noticed that's attached to my moral compass is like I don't want to turn people into objects, and I notice that's a pattern in humanity. As far as like abusive language, I mean, maybe I could somehow figure out how to map that. I don't know. What do you think about how that fits in morality, abusive language? I think it's bad. Yes.
Well, how does it fit? Maybe I'll describe my motivation um in its totality, which is to sort of like understand your model, what it's doing, because my impression, and this could be clearly incorrect impression, but my impression is that there is something tremendously very grounded about your model, where your perception of ontology is something like focus on what we actually know, see, observe. It's very here now experiential.
Yeah, I
It's
think so.
far less Platonic form, philosophical model type thing. It's more like, you know, it's more dismissive of those things, right? And
Maybe.
so like then when it comes to the question of morality, I'm like, how does that perception play into morality? Is it this sort of thing where it's like, would this describe it accurately, where it's like you have ideas about morality, like you just kind of know, like you just sort of are loving towards people in general, and you also don't see the philosophical endeavor, especially the metaphysical endeavor, as one that's possible. And so, as much as you would like morality to be grounded in reality, it's something which can only be just sort of intuited or understood, or hopefully people do it, or like,
Yeah, maybe. That's a good question. Yeah, that sounds kind of like subjectivism on morality, right? Like everyone just kind of feels it out.
yeah. Well,
Sure,
so
sure.
that's what you'd say is your perspective.
I still like the intersubjective thing where you have small groups agree on, you know, basics together. I guess not small
So that
groups, but large groups now.
s- so there's some capacity for people to come to some kind of agreement, but it's not some reflection of some universal logos.
No. And that's why I think not turning people into objects is the closest thing to a universal logos, because that's happened across many different places across many different times.
Now,
So I attach to
are
that.
you are you existentially concerned that this is reality and that there's no way to ground it? Because it, it doesn't seem like there'd be a way to ground it, right? Like your your morality is not grounded in something that's absolutely true. So it's like preferable, right? But not necessarily arrivable in some kind of concrete way, right? Because I think one thing that is very high integrity from your way of doing philosophy is that you don't philosophize from the end result. You don't go like, well, this is what we want, so we're going to build our philosophy back from that, which is what Jordan Peterson does, sort of. He's like, well, we want sort of psychologically stable states, so we're going to build back from how to get to that. You start from a position of what do we build from at all? Um, but
Yeah.
it just seems like you don't think we can get to a place of sort of knowing what's morally true.
Yeah, it's a really, I like how you put that. I like how you put that a lot. I think that's, now that I'm saying it out loud, maybe I need to be careful that I like it so much and think about it more. But I like that a lot, that I try to build from the ground up, and instead of reaching and then saying, I found it and now I'm going to aim towards it. I like just, you know, those memes with the ladder and the steps are like, here's a step, and then like 10 feet, there's a step. And then there's that ladder next to him, and there's like a million different small steps. You know what I mean? I like the little tiny steps. But yeah, I don't know where the top of my ladder is aiming. The top of my ladder might be over there. I don't know. The ladder might take me this direction. Not necessarily like on a straight ladder.
Hmm.
If but that no, that was a good way to put it. I don't know how to I don't know how to reach up and say that's where I want to go.
So then, like, you see your position now as sort of having come about circumstantially through your ancestors and the ancestors of the people of the society that you're in. And you have this perspective of what you want morality to be, but it's sort of as far as we can rigorously know, a happy accident. And maybe would you also not even say that you're sure that you can ground your moral perspectives as being true? Like, would you say certainly it's the case that there should be some morality, or is morality itself even something which is maybe subjective, and you maybe view your moral perspectives as derivative of your society, but not like actually true?
I think you asked me, do I feel like a copy of ideas? Then yes. And do I also feel like my moral compass is the only moral compass? No. I think that's what you asked me.
Well, I was more just asking, like, do you like you have a moral perspective, but would
I don't know
you
what it is. I don't know what it is,
you don't
man.
know what it is?
I just do. I'm just like, that doesn't look right. Don't do that. That's the law. Don't do that.
But it is, you would say it's just your perspective.
I guess so, but it's not like solely mine. Like I definitely got it from others.
But what if it's true that things that you think are moral are actually not moral?
Then I definitely want to know what those things are.
Right. But I guess what I mean though is like, w- do you, I'm not trying to trap you. I'm trying to understand.
It's okay. Yeah,
You
you
think
trap. It's okay.
that it seems to imply that if your these moral understandings are your perspectives, that in some sense they're not like actually true. So like if aliens came here, they might just kill us all. And that's not necessarily morally bad because in the same way that we kill all some invasive species, and in their moral perspective, it would be bad. There's nothing like really actually bad about certain
Maybe
moral
not.
things potentially.
Maybe not. Yeah. Maybe that's the way to put it. Yeah. I don't know. That would, I guess, in our world, be morally bad because then we wouldn't exist anymore,
Right.
right? So like our,
Okay, so
I think our existence is tied to our morality. I guess.
right. So so there's something extremely um in has extreme integrity with your whole model where from the very top to the very bottom you are very clear to say what can we actually ground something in and what is just our perspective. And with that continuity in the model, it can be concluded that there's really nothing at all that we can really objectively know is true.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe thousands of years from now. I don't know. It seems like if we like reach the edge of that stuff, we might, I don't know, have nothing to look forward to. What's after morality? What's after we
Right,
figure out
right.
morality, right?
Okay, but then even if we take that, but how about just from the starting position of humans? So humans, our perspective, our culture, is there something relative to that that is entirely it, internally consistent? Objective, but only objective. So it is subjective to humans, but entirely consistent. Some morality.
I have no idea because I don't have anything to compare it to. I don't have any other intelligent species to compare it to that I could be like, hey, what do you think is moral? I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. Yeah, good question.
Well, I wasn't really maybe talking about like species to species. I was more like talking about like from just our perspective, from what we know, what we are. Is there some kind of objective thing that can be grounded in that? So like you said we um w- it's probably best for our existence that we exist. So like
I like how you put that.
yeah, that's a bad I would say maybe that's not the most philosophically precise way to phrase
No,
that.
it was perfect. I mean, that's I think it's just keep it simple. That's great. Like that's great.
What so then what do you think then about like emergent higher abstract orders of morality and or communication of morality and like how, like um so
I mean, automatically I'm thinking I have no idea. I feel like I'm too stupid to even do that. I have no idea. That's like a level of abstraction I don't understand. I haven't been introduced to, I guess.
do you think though, okay, this is the question I've been sort of like this one is I think more concise and makes more sense. Do you think there's some kind of moral agreements that can humans can agree on, or is it entirely tribally segregated?
Both. Yes. I think both could be true.
Both could be true.
Yeah. I know that's completely useless.
I I mean, You know, like the thing you always say, like about trying to understand the other person's position. I feel like I'm in the same place where I'm trying to understand like what your framework actually is.
Dude, I don't even know, man. Like you're emerging it right now. I don't talk to anybody about this stuff.
But it's a very powerful perspective though, because you have this ability to, in philosophical discourse, dismantle philosophy, find the flaws in it, and sort of decompose it. But there's also something about it though, which doesn't claim to be anything in itself. Like you can sort of dismantle philosophy, but you're also not like it's not like there's this more like it's not it's like being dismantled, but there's also like nothing when you look at what dismantled it, there's like nothing there either.
Yeah, yeah. I guess it's because I'm not like asserting. Like I could sit here and say this is what you should do. This is why you should do it because I say so, and do this. And here's my checklist. I could do that, but that's just not what I'm interested in. And I don't think that's. I think that is turning people into objects. Is laying out your list of what you what people shouldn't do. That's maybe something for you to decide and you know play out and figure out if you like those rules.
Okay, but then like so when it comes to some kind of objective morality, do you not believe in ultimate abstraction? Because it seems like, you have a bunch of little groups. Little groups kind of build up a idea of morality. Little tribes are like, well, let's not kill each other. And then, the tribes come together, and then there's this sort of emergent objective understanding, objective to them, to society itself, which is like try to kill people as little as possible. And
Yeah.
so I guess so like what I'm wondering is like it feels like from your framework that emergent objectiveness is really not somehow objective, even to like humans. Like if we start from the position of just humans, what they are, and we like, you know, starting from that, and just people just naturally form societies, and then they form bigger societies, they form countries. This thing naturally happens just from the place of human nature itself. We end up with some kind of objective morality. Don't kill, each other. But it feels like you also kind of reject that this is some kind of like universally, at least human universally arrivable conclusion, that it's in some sense still just a vapid, fortunate or not fortunate construction of ontology.
Yeah, I guess I need to understand how we're using objective because maybe my standards of objective are too high. Like I'm thinking of if like this is a horrible stupid thought experiment because this is literally what we're doing now, but just take people and put them on an island and figure out if killing happens or killing doesn't happen, or put two different cultures on an island and see what happens. But that's exactly human history. That's us right now. We've already done that. We're doing that thought experiment.
Then, well, what is your perspective of objective?
Yeah, maybe it's too high. Maybe.
Epistemology.
Oh, sorry, the
Well,
internet.
but what do you think the useful understanding of objective is?
Yeah, good question. Useful understanding. If I say something will objectively happen, I expect it to happen almost every single time. Not like not sometimes like it does. The
Okay,
killing thing is
so
sometimes.
wait, in what you're saying, it sounds like you're very much ground everything in the happenings, what actually happens. So you're like, take
Outcomes?
people, put them on an island. What happens? What do I view as objective? It is what will happen many times. It is physical happening that is
Yeah,
objectiveness.
does it repeat? Yeah. I like the I think it's close tied to the scientific method, maybe. Maybe.
It,
I don't know.
Now, abstractions from that, though, are not viewed as objective. So, like, what do you think about
Right.
abstractions? So you
I
have
love
five people,
stories. I love metaphors.
right?
What do you mean by what do I think about abstractions? Because that's like I think I can sleep at night because my mind abstracts that my front door is locked.
It's abstracting from what do you mean by that?
Like I don't need to wake up during a sleep awake window. I can sleep 8 hours straight because my mind has successfully locked in the abstraction that I'm safe inside this shelter rather than like our primitive ways where we had to constantly be waking up to check for danger. So our mind has abstracted these safety measures.
Wait, how is that an abstraction? Because an abstraction, its base form is observing multiple phenomena and then pulling out the similarity across them.
Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know what an abstraction is. I'm thinking of abstractions as like anything I can integrate and I guess just have in the back of my head without realizing it's in the back of my head.
Oh, yeah. So abstraction, I think, is a word that is often. Let me see if I understand it.
Uh, gotta Google it, man.
Yeah.
It
So
allows
maybe this is a
humans
word that
to
has like
organic
so many different definitions because it means different things.
for sure. It does.
But my understanding was that they're
It's like symbols for me. I'm using abstraction like symbols. Like if you see the silhouette of a dog, you know it's a dog, but you might not know the breed.
right. You've abstracted out dog from the different variations of dog. Okay, so yeah,
Yeah.
I think we do have a similar term here. It's like this is what GPT says to separate out the essential general features from the specific details. That's what it means to abstract something. You have a set of little details, you separate out the essential
Yeah.
general features.
Maybe I chose something way too complicated because like I don't know. I think that's how the brain works. I like
Right.
having after having a child, you're like, why are you still waking up? Like, why are you waking up every 30 minutes? Why are you doing this still? Like, we're not ancient beings. And then you start to think about, oh, okay, thing only doesn't understand. It can't abstract. It doesn't understand that the door's locked. So that's how I got there.
M- Understanding the door's locked. I mean, there maybe is a couple, like a bunch of steps in between that, but like
For sure.
abstracting the door's locked, it doesn't immediately, like, I'm not seeing what you're abstracting it from. Like, are you abstracting it from, or is
Just
it like a series
safety.
of abstractions to understand, like, you're abstracting what different objects are to know what walls are, and then you're abstracting different mechanics to know what a doorknob is,
I see what you're
and then you're
saying.
putting these abstractions together.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's just the leap I guess I made with that logic. I see what you're saying. I'm thinking of safety as an object that I'm abstracting from, like Maslow's hierarchy of safety,
Hmm. Okay, but like, what are you abstracting it from?
a concept. A psychological
But
concept of safety.
okay, but wait, so like, but for the sake of this conversation, I
Yeah,
think we should use abstraction to mean you have a set of data and you're pulling the essence out of it in some, way.
that's fine.
So then what is the set of data that you're pulling the essence out from a locked door?
Yeah, psychological safety, physical safety. I don't know how else to explain that.
Okay, because I mean, it's like go back to like the root of like I guess why I'm talking about abstraction is
Mhm.
like, do you see that there is that function is possible, the function of abstraction, that there can be a set of data that you abstract out something from. There's a set of instantiations of objects, and then you're abstracting out a form. Is that a real thing?
Are you saying is it like a an archetype is an abstraction?
Archetype is right along the same. Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
same thing.
I like those things. Yeah. Or like a meta analysis. We'll take thousands of studies and then be like, hey, here's the thing.
But I feel as though you don't view that as objective. But it's not just that you don't view it like, if I'm understanding your model correctly, it's not that you don't just view it objective epistemologically, but like functionally in the way that you operate from epistemology. So like some people will say like, yeah, metaphysically we don't know anything. However, we're not starting from there. We're going to start from uh pragmatism. It feels like you're saying, yes, metaphysically we can't prove anything, and we're starting from that position. That's my feeling.
We're starting from metaphysics.
Yeah.
I don't know how we're starting from metaphysics. What do you mean, like from morality?
Well, because like in the way that you describe things or talk about things, you oftentimes bring them back to their um purely epistemological status. How can we
Oh
know
yeah,
that this thing is true? And it feels like it's going into like rigorous, deep epistemology. Because I think I've heard you talk about archetype specifically as like, well, yes, maybe it's true, but maybe there's another interpretation of it.
sure. There's always. I think there's plenty of. I think they're valuable. Like Pirates of the Caribbean, they're more like guidelines. I like the guidelines.
Right. So it seems like your model supposes that there are no true abstractions. There's no there's no definitive abstraction. There's no like thing that you
Oh,
abstract like, and then you can
maybe.
universally as humans go like, oh well, we know this abstraction is super true. It's like,
Oh, I mean, that might be because that bothersome first principle axiom that I have that knowledge is provisional.
mm,
So I
what does
just
that
like
mean?
that just means like I I refuse to believe that that thing that we arrive to is final. So I guess does that answer your question? Like that's why I don't think that there's this absolute abstraction because I don't think that when we arrive to something that's the end of it. I think there's just more and more and more and more.
Then why do you have that as a first principle axiom? I think we've been here in like text conversation where,
Why do I have the
yeah.
first principle that knowledge is provisional?
Mhm.
There's probably several reasons I can't pull. Uh The biggest one is I just yeah, dude, I don't know how else to say it other than like you're getting to the point where I have to lean into my emotional judgments. I just don't understand.
Hmm.
I don't understand how you could possibly think you found the last thing.
But there's an assumption about the entirety of metaphysics and physics in that provisional, provisional axiom that supposes a knowledge of, in that of all the things that humans can interface with, none of them are constant. You know,
Right. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I'm just one brain. I can't I think it's irresponsible for one brain to say I figured it out forever.
but I'm not. I'm not like saying that should say you figured it out. I'm saying the opposite because it's saying you like to that axiom. You are saying you have figured it out. One thing you have figured out absolutely
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
that
that's that
all
it's
knowledge is
definitely
provisional.
yeah, it's definitely the recursive issue. That's the one that I land on. And yes, you're right. It's just this recursive paradox that I don't know how to reconcile, and I wish I did. I could probably say that, well, it happened because I was raised this way and in this environment. And I don't know, I could justify it psychologically. But other than that, I have no clue how to reconcile that paradox, dude. Because you're right.
But so it's you're saying it's maybe based off of your history, where like your social position, your family, your upbringing. It's something that you've concluded, and it's not supported by anything other than it's what you happen to think. But and you're also not open to amendment on that.
I am open to amendment on that, but I need substantial evidence, of course. I think me landing on it has substantial evidence in that it works for me. So that's what's convincing me over and over again and reinforcing that is that I'm doing okay. And I imagine that could probably be the story for many of others who have their first principles.
Right. Because if you have some structure and then if you were to get rid of that structure, things may devolve into some unknown amount of chaos, essentially.
I don't know what would happen if I gave up that one. I might have some fun for a little bit trying to figure out how free I was. I don't really know. I feel like it would be dangerous if I had my psyche with another axiom.
Hmm. Or no axiom. Yeah,
I wouldn't even
it would be.
understand no axiom.
I don't have an axiom.
How do you, how? How do you do that?
Um, I just to know anything if that's the thing that manifests differently in my frame than yours is I wouldn't know if something is true or not true. Same as you, like, well, what can we know is true? I don't know, but I also wouldn't know maybe something is very, very true. And so there in like the playing out of this no axiom basis is that there were moments of like this sort of you'd maybe call it epistemological humility, this sort of like, well, I don't know, but there were also moments of like, well, I know this thing is true and it wasn't true. This kind of like ability to form fit into any system. So like, there was a while where like I was like, well, maybe this is true. Maybe this crazy esoteric religion is true. Maybe this one's true. Or then maybe none of it's true, or maybe this, so there's like because it's there's something I guess very safe about we don't know if anything's true. It's very boom. But if you then don't even have that as an axiom, maybe these religions are true. You have to reconcile with a lot more.
I'm the same. I don't understand. That sounds the exact same as mine. Could you help me understand the difference? Because I think, sure, like Buddhism could possibly be true, Islam could be true. Sure,
Oh, you think they could be true? Oh, okay. So
sure.
because it sounds like what I thought what you were saying before is that, like you said, as a base axiom, information is provisional. I thought what you meant is like information necessarily isn't some deep truth. Like if you come across information, I thought you were saying that you suppose that
That
it
makes sense.
absolutely can't be like truth.
That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know how to articulate that, I guess. And that, sure, anything could be true and I don't know, but I'm also going to operate that there's no way I'm going to know the truth when I hold it. How's that one?
Okay, well that then seems like what I would think
Yeah.
because like you like because you're not saying this is the clear distinction. So there could be a rock. You might think it's a rock, and it's actually a rock. However, your justification for why it's a rock is not the real justification for why it's a rock. So even though you might know something that's true, it might not be knowing it for the right reasons, in some sense. Like you can't prove it metaphysically.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm definitely too dumb for that one, man. I didn't
No, no,
really
no. I
follow that
just
one.
I try to speak economically, and then we'll explain things poorly because of it.
Well, that was yeah,
So
that was fine.
there is
I don't know how to think like that.
well, there's like knowing something is true, and then there's knowing something's true for the right reasons. So like you might think like, oh, tomorrow, I'm gonna get a letter in the mail, and then you get a letter in the mail, and it was not the letter you thought it was, but you were right that you got a letter in the mail. So like you were correct. If
Yeah,
if you
sure.
said like I knew I was getting a letter in the mail, it's like, well, is that true? Because you got a letter in the mail, but it wasn't because you the reason why you thought it was true.
I got you. Yeah.
So I guess essentially what I'm saying is it seems like your philosophy supposes that like at the deepest level you can't know something in the terms of like knowing it and understanding the totality of how that thing is known, but you also think that you could know something that's also true, but you just don't you can't justify it all the way.
That's hard because, like, I know that I'm looking at a monitor right now. That's true to me. I guess I'm telling you, I am too stupid for this stuff.
You keep saying that, but the thing is though, if I present like a philosophical argument, you're just gonna like destroy it. So I know that like, you know, you might say that, but you have these philosophical tools.
Yeah, I don't know. I like this monitor operationally is true to me, but yeah, I can't explain. Yeah, I have no idea how it could not be true, right? I don't know how to. Yeah, like that's the part of philosophy where I'm just completely lost because I'm like, why would I even need to think this? Like, as a human, why do I need to be like, well, maybe this monitor isn't real? And I'm like, that's fun, but why do I need to go there?
The But then when it comes to abstractions, you go there. When it comes to math,
I
you would
mean,
say,
I've done math in forever. What do you mean, like one rock?
you're right,
Like the
right.
number
The thing we
one
said
is
before. Right.
number one is yeah, okay. As far as symbols go, I think they're extremely useful for humans.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So hold on. So sorry for interjecting, but it feels so you then don't have a problem with sort of like generally accepting reality. If I see something there, it's there. I'm confusing that with not accepting abstractions, but really when it comes to real tangible things, you go, I see my computer screen, my computer screen is there, I see no reason to question that. It's it's that you don't see that from the material world abstractions then necessarily result in it. You don't see that numbers are necessarily real. So numbers are not as real as objects.
Uh, definitely. I I think that sounds right. So is that like the same thing as saying it's a social construct?
Is it?
I don't know. It sounded kind of like it, like a number is a social construct kind of thing.
Yeah. Would you say it's a social construct?
Yeah, I think right now I'm convinced that way. Sure.
Now, what is a social construct? Is a social construct something that could
I
be
wrote a
something else,
I wrote a little
right?
short story on this. Like it was about the last person on Earth wrote down 2 + 2 = 4 and shot it in the Earth, and then he died, or shot it into space, then he died, and an alien found 2 + 2 = 4 on a piece of paper, and it's like, does the alien know what it means? That's that was me trying to figure out, is math a social construct in that stupid little story.
Cool.
If all the humans die and something else comes along and is like, hey, look at that thing, maybe they figured it out too. I don't know.
This is where I don't want to like batter around on this one, but we keep going back to this. But like, if aliens had like two aliens,
Yeah.
and then there was another two, and they both got together, then there would be four, right?
Yeah. Dude, I don't know, man. I haven't done math in like 13 years. I don't think about it as much as I should, maybe. Or philosophically think about it for that.
Hmm. It's just like if the in the story the person wrote down 2 + 2 = 4,
Yeah.
right? I'm thinking visually, right on paper. How would you do
Yeah.
it in a way that aliens would understand it? Well, you would do maybe strokes because that's universally something countable. So you have two, and then a little plus thing, and then two more, the equal sign, and then you have four of them. What I'm noticing though is all you have to do is remove that plus sign together, and you have four. There's no strange calculation. It's just a tautology. 2 + 2 like is the same thing as four. It's not like there's some kind of
Yeah. I mean, I agree with that. It sounds fair to say. Like, maybe yeah, we don't know if that would ever happen. So it's a fun little story. Even though that,
if the
yeah, there's like no way we would know if somebody could pick it up, and if something else could pick it up and understand two. But you're saying maybe they would, because two is just always two no matter what. And even like the universe is built in a particular way that two always makes sense. Maybe.
but could humans ever like maybe humans from the future would they ever look back and go because alien can mean a whole bunch of things. It could mean like interdimensional aliens, it can mean aliens from like different metaphysics,
Yeah.
reality.
Yeah.
Would humans themselves ever be able to look at 2 + 2 = 4 and go, this doesn't seem intelligible?
I don't know, man. Maybe these aliens, like you said, are from a different universe where their reality doesn't need two anymore for some reason. I don't know. I don't know. I understand that this reality, the best model that we have to make the best predictions is math, or some of the
Mhm.
best predictions is math. But I,
So,
I
but
also
now,
sit that I also sit on the idea that maybe there's going to be a better model in the future that can
right.
predict.
But
Sorry.
this is the thing that I'm noticing though is that so like we have this axiom of like is logic real? And that's the axiom is here. Like is it actually real? Like in every possible universe independent from the human mind. Is it actually real? We have that here. And I can hold that. I can say like, okay, that could be true. Maybe it is not real if aliens saw it. However, I seem to ground my thinking in logic being provisionally real. It's the only thing we can do. Versus it feels though like when you talk, you keep going back to this, where it's like, well, we don't know, but it's this. So like in some sense, like it's the same thing as like when you say like, why would I need to say that the computer screen is not there? Like it's there. I'm saying like, shouldn't we be viewing the abstraction of math in the same way? Like, why would we even need to suppose the aliens? Now, like we can, like it's useful, but isn't it the exact same thing as like maybe saying the computer screen's not there? Like both have the same ontological status. They're just always going to be that way for us.
Yeah, I think yes and no. Yes, right now it's this thing being in front of me with my current eyeballs and the current system inside my skull works that way. And then math and the way that we need it works that way right now. But I still have in the back of my head for some reason, maybe there's something better later. Of course, I'm not going to live to see it. Maybe there's something better.
Is it, but is it the exact same for the computer screen's ontological status as the numbers abstraction being epistemologically valid?
That's a hard one. Yeah, I guess so. I
So
don't
those are the
know.
same.
I don't know exactly. I don't know. Is the symbol that I need to make a prediction the same as this material right in front of me? I don't think so. But the symbol represents something like this is one monitor. So they're I don't know, one's in my head and one's real. One's like
Well,
physical.
yeah, I'm not saying like are those things the same kind of real? I'm
Huh.
asking like in philosophy, the way that you said that the computer screen is like it's real, good enough. I don't need to question that. You said that you even found it strange that people would question that. I'm like that whole like approach of philosophy of sort of this like I see it, it's there, it
Okay.
works.
Okay.
Is that the same for math or is it different?
I think it's different because this is the final. The monitor is the final product. Math is not the final product. I can throw this away and we can have a better monitor in 10 years or whatever. Burn this to the ground, melt it, and make a better one. It's really, really hard to burn down math, melt it, make a new math.
But when it comes to what we can do in philosophy, both have the same status, don't they? And so like we can't prove that the computer screen is there, like
Yeah, we can.
deeply.
What do you mean?
No, we can't.
Yeah, yeah. Now I'm really interested. What
It's
do you mean? Yeah.
well, you could be dreaming.
How? How could I be dreaming?
You've never had a dream where you felt like something was real and then you woke up and realized it wasn't?
I actually, I rarely dream, so no. It's like a dream like once every year or something. But no,
Interesting.
I don't think
Even
I've
when you were
had
a
one.
kid.
My memory's not that good. I don't recall. I recall having some like the classic style of dreams where you're like running, you feels like you're running as fast as you can, but whenever you're zoomed out, you're going like slow as molasses, but you
Hmm.
feel like you're running. Like I've had those kind of things before, but
Okay, but like in
it's
that dream,
rare.
like you were like running. Why were you running? You thought there was something there.
Yeah,
Turns
whatever.
out there was nothing there.
Yeah, right. I mean, sure. Uh, but I just can't. I can't live like that because, like, right now, I'm fairly certain I'm conscious.
But the same. This is the thing that I'm
Yeah, I don't. I'm like I said,
confused
man, I'm
about. It's
too
like
dumb for
it's the
that.
same thing with math, though, right?
I don't
Like
know.
there's never going to be a situation where you count something and it turns out you counted three and then somehow it was also 17 at the same time.
Oh, hey, man, I did inventory and warehouses for a long time, and that happens all the time. Yeah, no, I think, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I think that I don't know how to make this. I'm not connecting it for some reason. I'm not connecting these two things, like the physical monitor and the symbolism of math. I don't know. They just feel like completely two different things to me.
I mean, so it feels like the same thing to me because you're saying there's a monitor in front of you.
Right.
There's a monitor. There's
For
a
sure.
monitor. There's
For
one
sure.
monitor though.
Yes. I have
There's one
two
monitor.
actually.
Now
But
I feel
yes.
like you're being a bit pedantic. I don't know. But at least okay, so you have two monitors in front of you, right?
Sure. Yes.
If you say that's absolute fact, but like, there's no reason to consider why, maybe you think there's two monitors, but actually there's five.
I don't know why I would think that. I don't know. I get what you're
But like,
saying.
yeah, but like, so like you're saying, so there's something in the physical world. There's no reason why we should think it's not there, but there's also something to do with the count of it. So like, if you have one monitor versus two monitors, if you say that like, yes, I know the monitor's real, that's different than saying, yes, I know that two monitors are real.
I think I think I just have to like agree with you because I don't have no idea. I'm probably saying something really dumb, and you're just like, "Wow, you sound." You're like being really polite because I am, and I don't know.
Well, but if you don't understand if you don't like even sort of, if it's not even like registering why I would say such, like, you know, there has to be a perceptual structure of why that is. And that's what I'm wondering, like, what it is.
I have no idea. Maybe I don't fully understand the question. I think that's what I mean. Like what I hear is what's the difference between I mean you've already repeated it so many times to make it clear and I'm not getting it. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't understand the difference between a symbol and a physical object. Or I have this difference between these two. And maybe you're saying like math and the screen are the same. That's how I'm understanding this topic or this lane right now. Like you see math and the monitor as just like, why would you even question those things? Because they're so obvious. And I'm saying the monitor is, why would you even question it? Because it's so obvious. But math, I feel like we should be able to question so that we can develop it and make better math. That's where I think where my brain is stuck. Like math is something I can cultivate and improve, but this monitor is just done. Like it is what it is. So
Hmm.
I think that's where I'm stuck.
So there's a possible way that we could improve on math when you have two monitors, where then you wouldn't say you had two, you would say something else.
Sure. Quantum quantum physics and stuff that people don't understand is developing math in some way, right? I don't know. I'm not a math expert. Are we making leaps and bounds in math? Or is it like, are we done?
It has similar properties though to the physical thing because since the beginning of time we have always there's been nothing that ever changed with counting.
Right. And that's why I'm saying I'm just I'm just dumb, dude. I'm just dumb. I don't get this. Your face right now, you're like, what are you talking about? What are you thinking? What are you feeling?
Um well, because it you say it's a dumb position, but there's a lot of concepts that unfold in viewing this perception that there's maybe something that can be developed on math itself to where it doesn't feel like it's a lack of understanding, but that there is concepts that are with it supporting it. It feels more sophisticated than just a inability to understand a basic connection.
I just don't know. I don't know enough about math to, I guess, productively speak on the topic, is what I guess a nicer way for me to say it. Like,
But it's not but like when you say you don't know much about math, like what would you kind of schooling would you expect that would help with this topic?
it feels like some really intense, I don't fucking know, trigonometry algebra. It feels like you're going to have to be able to calculate some crazy shit.
But never in the study of math would this problem ever
For,
come up.
I don't know, for my understanding of advancement in math. I don't know the
Okay.
limits of math right now, or if everyone in mathematics academically are like, nope, we figured it all out. But I understand that we're just simply talking about counting, right?
Yeah. Okay, but now you're saying like, okay, well, they're like the top mathematicians, they themselves might sort of suppose like, oh, we haven't tested the limits, we haven't built a model that we absolutely know. So like a classic example of this would be like Gödel. You know, probably don't know about the incompleteness theorem at all.
Yeah, I think I learned a little bit about it a long
Oh,
time ago,
okay.
but I couldn't remember. I can't remember anything now. It's like watching HBO.
Right.
You remember this movie you watched 30 years ago?
Right. So this is one where he was able to, in math, construct a by basically assigning symbols uh and and numbers to other numbers. He was then able to, assign words to letters so that he could construct sentences. And then in that sentence he constructed, he created a paradox sentence that was solvable, like the statement, this sentence is false, statement that's self-referential. And then he concluded that in mathematics, there can be no complete theory. There could be no complete representation of the theory because when it comes to self-representation, there, any complete theory also must be able to reference itself. And therefore, because he created a paradox, he showed that this is impossible. Um, so then it sounds like what you're saying is like, well, maybe at the edges of mathematics, there is such a theorem that shows that even math isn't true. Like some theorem that shows that, like, well, when you count at a certain limit, counting breaks down, and therefore counting itself isn't real.
Maybe. Yeah, sure. I'll grant that. I like that.
But what do you think? What do you think that like that I think about? math in that way that it's sort of very, very fixed. Because like I see two objects and I go like humans are never going to not see it as two objects, but you see two objects and you go, maybe at some point humans will see this as something other than two objects.
Yeah, that sounds crazy for sure what he's just said, but yeah, why not? Maybe there's something. Maybe there's maybe it's not. Yeah, I think that's a good way you put it. It's a good way to put it. Why not?
But but what's the difference between the screen and the count? It's the same thing, isn't it?
Right
So
now,
like
it's the same thing. Yes.
because like since the beginning, every single in the material world, these things kind of have the same status where when there was a rock, every single time in reality, when somebody thought there was a rock, there was a rock. Same with when somebody counted two, every single time, there turned out to be two, and it never changed. Like I just don't understand like why.
Okay. Yeah. Why would it ever lead there? Um, what allows us to make this one and one connection?
What allows us to make this one-on-one connection? I'm thinking about this deeply. I'm not miffed. I'm trying to understand the question.
Sorry. Uh, yeah, like
Not that you said it wrong. I'm just
yeah. What gives us the ability to even do this?
right. Now, that's a very philosophical question. But that's the same question you can have for the computer screen, though.
Why can't it be a biological question?
Well, it can be. I mean, but what I'm saying is like every single question you have for numbers are the same questions for material objects. So, like you just asked, how can we have this one and one equals two distinction? And I would ask the same question. How can we look at a computer screen and say it's real?
Right. I think we would have two different paths. Like one path would be whatever my eyes are connected to, and then the other path would be whatever part of my brain is abstracting this object in front of me and making it a symbol. So maybe that's the
Hmm.
difference I see, is
Yeah, that's a
because
great
it's
answer.
two different pathways operating.
That's a really good answer. But now, if you then suppose you have a computer screen and you have a keyboard, the paths that they're the neural network that forms from the perception of the computer screen is going to be distinct at some level biologically from the keyboard to where if you asked, does the person perceive one object or two objects, you would have to conclude two at the same level of object. And maybe it's easier to present this as an object versus no objects. Let's say you're in a white room. Maybe there's an object in front of you, maybe there's not. Schrodinger's cat's in front of you. Uh, that's a bad example. There may be.
It's
It's a bad
there or
example
it's
because
not. That's two things, or is it one thing? Shit.
it's not what I'm trying to do. So in one example, there is an object in front of you. Your neural circuitry recognizes it, lights up certain neural pathways that identify it, and you consciously perceive that there's an object in front of you. And in the next scenario, there's no object in front of you, no neural circuitry lights up. There's zero objects in front of you. So here we have an example of it exists or it doesn't exist. So existence. We don't have to. We don't even have to do math. We could just do existence. That's why I'm saying it's a tautology, because this is like logic. Does it exist? Does it have persistence throughout space and time? Does the thing is it there? It's saying I know the object is there is the same thing as saying I know the object is there. It's I know there's one object. Saying there's one object is literally the same thing as saying there's an object there. The thing is there. So
I
I've
agree.
reduced it away from math to like logic itself, because logic is building
Math.
blocks of
Yeah.
math. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I totally agree. I think it goes back to like my one of our earlier conversations where I was like, that's I think where my faith is that there's something more. There's just got to be something more. So I have this like blind faith that like, well, maybe your eyes develop this ability to see nine things for I don't know or whatever.
Right. And I could even support why, because this is the position I took in the debate. I think was that you even hosted. I took the position that um well, logic must not be the only thing, because in order for consciousness to exist, consciousness supposes something which is both not deterministic and not random. No such thing in our logical conceptualization has ever existed. Either something is deterministic, or it's random. And then I argued that therefore there must be some other thing other than logic itself. um, and so I wonder if that's where you're kind of going with this, where it feels like there's random things. There's possibly another phenomena.
I there's maybe this made me think of another thing I've been thinking on a lot lately, and it's a thing that's attributed to Carl Sagan, and it's that humans are transitional animals. And now that we're in the age of AI and robots, I tend to think in that direction of we'll just advance ourselves out of existence and we won't like maybe we won't even be needed to organize matter anymore because of our limited brain. Like technology moves faster than we can evolve, and so we just invent something that doesn't need us anymore. But this is getting completely off topic. But I think that maybe ties to another heuristic my brain is using in this conversation. Is like maybe we don't even survive the next century or two because we're not sufficient to keep organizing matter, and so we just make something that organizes matter better but somehow is us. I don't know, this is all weird future speculation crap, but I like that idea from Carl Sagan, this we're just transitional animals.
Okay, so then this
I
is
think that ties into
it,
this.
I'm understanding, yeah, the transitional part, because yeah. So if I'll lay this out, I feel like this is what your argument is. Your 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 position is that there might possibly be something other than logic, than math. We cannot at all sort of find that, and we can even prove that it's not possible to refute math or logic. Um, but you're then holding that as an axiom, which then affects how you view math. And so like so you're saying like, well, right now we can't do anything other than that, other than math and law of reason. But since we can't definitively prove that's all that exists in every possible universe, that therefore we ourselves don't need to take it as a solid truth because it could exist beyond that. And this is the maybe a contention I have with that idea though. The contention is that then you're arguing like this. This is the actual argument. The argument is for no reason at all, we don't need to use logic. That's the crux of it. It's like for no reason at all, there's no reason to suppose this, but we're just going to suppose that we won't use logic in this case.
Okay.
And so like that feels so like when it comes to, you know, it, it from your position, if you're arguing against somebody who is talking about logical facts and stuff like that, at any point in their logical construction, you can go, well, the logic is true, but I don't even believe in logic itself. So I'm going to undermine that. Um, and what that really is like when you boil it down, there's no reason to other than like other than this sort of it feels a bit of a vague assumption that there's a possible other thing other than logic, but it's also grounded in okay, I've just been sort of verbally. I'm trying to get to something, but like,
Okay.
how do you think about my representation of what you're saying so far?
It doesn't feel fully on, probably because I have no idea how to say how to answer any of these questions. So, like, I love this. How would you say how you understand it to a kid? I like using that as my like. Let's just boil it down and get to it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You're wanting me to say what that I understand as a kid?
My the position you just described.
The position I think you have.
Yes. Yes.
Um, this is the position I think you have.
Yeah.
It's that we cannot definitively justify that math is an absolute fact of the universe. It's all we've ever observed and all we've ever been able to do, but the actual axioms of math themselves can't be justified. They're the things we use to justify everything else, but themselves they cannot be justified. And then what I'm building onto this is the conclusion. Therefore, in any logical exchange, one can undercut the premise of the logic because they can suppose that it's only what we see, not what's real. So if somebody logically builds something up, you did this, therefore this, we can suppose that the things that were done were true. The person took. I'll make the example very simple. The person said, "I won't um, take your toothbrush." Then the person took the toothbrush. You then logically conclude, and you took the toothbrush. Therefore, you lied, or you went back on your word. The person who supposes that logic is not even that real will say, "Well, no, yes, I said I wouldn't do that. Took the toothbrush, but I don't believe the logical conclusion that you're drawing follows." So it seems like the implications of this structure is that at any point, no conclusion can be drawn from moments in reality.
I think I don't know because I can't speak for everybody, but I have this feeling that people would generally accept this idea that we don't know shit. But this is the best thing we have, so let's go ahead and keep using it. I think that's where I'm at.
Yeah, well, that's where I'm at too.
So I don't think that conclusion is fully necessary to
Okay.
explore because I think if you do use that logic, like if you do start where we might start, and then you try to reach the conclusion, I think what you just laid out makes total sense. But I don't think that's how it plays out.
You don't think that what you said is how it plays out, the example I gave?
I don't think that's how it actually. I mean, yes, it would play out if you follow that chain of logic, but that's not how it plays out in reality because we already accept we have to accept those axioms that we also
Mm.
cannot say are completely true. So we have to do both at the same time. We have to accept that it's something we can't fully prove true, and we have to accept them.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, that's the position I'm at. So then
Right.
we have maybe the same idea of metaphysics, which is, well, we can't prove anything, but we have to use logic because it's the only thing we can use,
Yeah, like
leaving the door open that there's.
the concept of zero was metaphysical before it was math.
Mhm.
So, yeah, metaphysics is necessary as much as I'd say I don't like it.
So then in relation to morality, that's what you'd say as well. If there was some logical construction, maybe it's true, maybe it's not. However, it's what we have to use.
I don't know the logical construction. I don't know what that refers to. What does that mean?
So like Kant's categorical imperative, sort of an a priori
Oh, okay.
logical moral
Yeah.
premise.
I don't know enough about all the models, but I tend to lean towards, well, what does everybody say, and what does that converge on? And maybe that's probably the better thing.
Then logic itself. If something was pure logic,
Oh, definitely,
so
definitely not a big fan of just only logic. We need some emotion, if that makes sense. But maybe I'm not understanding logic the way it's used right now.
logic in the terms, if we hypothetically suppose that there was some pure logical construction, so the maybe the construction built out a logical definition of humans, it built out these interactive states, and then concluded things more morally. So like
That would be
Kant's
horrifying.
imperative.
Sorry, that would be scary. I wouldn't.
Interesting.
I wouldn't vote for that if I had a choice.
And is that tied back to the ontological status of logic that it might not be true?
No, I think it's tied to that moral idea of that turns people into objects. Because if you use logic to make all moral decisions, then you're using these transactions. You need the emotion to help, like the trolley problem. Is this
So
one?
it
Is
needs
this
to be
one person
emotions
that?
mixed with
Yeah, 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 yeah. Mhm.
emotions mixed with logic.
That's the best model and the only model I know right now, because that's how I think humans operate. behaviorally. There's not a human that's only logic. I mean, maybe there's somebody that has this, I don't know,
What
function in their
about
brain.
okay? What about then like a logical proposition like this? Like if we want humans to exist, this is probably what you're talking about. If we want humans to exist, therefore we should not eliminate all the humans because then the humans wouldn't exist. You go, yeah, I like the logic of that, but it's also based on an emotional premise. Do we want the humans to exist? Emotional.
I don't know if that's, would that be emotional? Do I want? Who's asking? Do I want the humans to exist?
Some human.
Yeah, then I guess that would be emotional if it's another human. I think yeah, it could all be.
Hmm.
It could all be. I think we've gone down this road before. I think it could all be tied. Like most logic can all be tied to like formative emotions. But then there's this math
For
and abstractions and things that can bring that stuff. It's just getting into a really complicated topic now. The relationship between emotion and logic. Then
right,
I
but you are fine with that. So like if you have some emotional axioms, then you can build logic out from them and the conclusion is reasonable. If you accept the emotional axiom, the conclusion you built out is reasonable.
damn, I don't know how to answer that. What are you asking exactly? You're asking if I look at something, am I choosing an emotional solution or a logical solution? That's not what you're asking, right?
Uh, if you have a moral framework and therefore conclusion, and that moral framework consists of some emotional axioms and then logic building and constructing some framework on top of that, would you view that as valid? And I can maybe try to think of a
That sounds fair.
exact case. You'd say that sounds fair though?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you just use the trolley. I think you could just use the trolley problem to build that out. One person alone is like, they tell you they're going to save the planet or they're going to cure some horrible disease, and then five people on the right are murderers and criminals, and maybe one of them is good. And it's
Hmm.
like, pick your option. I don't know if logic can solve that, or if you need a mixture of logic and emotion, or if you use only emotion.
Hmm. I see. So you'd be concerned, even in that case, the trolley problem, that it would be psychopathic, or it would be turning people into objects to conclude things about them. So if you have serial killers and then one good person, then you have a bunch of doctors and stuff, you'd not flip the lever to save the better people, because then would you view that as a objectifying moral decision?
I don't know what I would do, man, because then I have my like, what do I do with these people after they're alive? Do I know what happens?
Well, okay,
Like, do we all go
maybe
back somewhere and we all live happily? Like, yeah, I don't know. There's just so many
I'll
more
present one.
questions.
I'll present one that's maybe a bit more definitive because this is a clear example. So um, bringing up the trolley example is really good because it allows for this. So, what if you have the murderers will absolutely go out and each kill five people, and then the good people will absolutely go out and save five people's lives, each one of them. You have 10 of each over here. So, flipping the lever will result in cascading. This is the exactly what I was talking about, which is a construct that has emotional axioms and then logical conclusions. So could we then frame this problem and say, okay, if it's better to have more people than less, and there's no like mm, other variables, so all we know is more people or less, then we should choose more people. And this is an emotional argument. Therefore, we're going to apply a logical framework to the trolley problem and say, because of this emotional conclusion that we've made that we should pick more people than less, we should then apply this to the trolley problem and conclude that we should flip the lever. That'd be valid.
Yes, as long as it updated itself. If there were more trolley problems coming. Or is this the only trolley problem it'll ever face? And the things that
I mean, that's
update the systems are the emotional responses that we
right.
have, right?
Right. As long as that emotional conclusion that it's better to have more people than less
Well, I mean,
wasn't.
it can solve this one. It can solve this one problem right now, and then
Mhm.
can it solve the next problem? Because the next problem is going to be dynamic and different.
Right. But you would see that as a good local solution.
Killing all.
Because I mean,
To answer that question, I think my moral compass would, if I had gun to my head, whatever I had to pick, kill the bad people. Yeah, the murderers.
right. Okay, yeah, but yeah, in a different case, when things update, you can't just apply the same rigid structure that you did before. Okay, then I mean, I feel like we are largely, I think we're on the same page, actually. Like, do you think we're on the same page?
Other than I still get the sense that this is just never mind. It's a different topic. Morality may be on the same page. I have no idea. I can
Yeah,
say
well, whatever topic you're gonna say, I'd be interested to hear.
the logic thing. I still don't understand, but we've already gone down that road a million times.
Well, I think we actually agree on that. Like, because like, didn't I argue in the debate? So I did a conversation
Yeah,
with
yeah, that's right.
Jackson
We
where
did.
I
You're right.
argued
You're right.
against logic being definitively provable, that it exists,
I'd have to watch that.
certainly. I argued your position against him.
Nice. Well, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I still don't know what I would call my moral compass. Just me. Well, my Western influences.
Hmm.
Like, is there a name? Is there a name for this moral compass, or is it just that's how you feel?
Is there a name for your moral compass? Sort of generally life preserving, generally non objectifying moral position?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I hear. I'm sure many people would agree with these conclusions to kill the bad people. So I just don't understand. Like, that's where I don't understand the use of morality in a lot of conversations. Is like I would find it hard in my surrounding culture for people to disagree with some moral choices.
Well, this is, I mean, the reason why I was so interested in going into the weeds on this one and knowing where we're at is because I'm interested in we have emotional axioms. Can we then build logical conclusions to derive that? Because then we can start talking about morality. You say you don't know why people would because they kind of all agree the same things, but it's not the case. At edge cases, what you do in these specific situations, that's where it gets. And so, like, I was wondering because some people have a position which is sort of like trust God or like just sort of yeah, try to understand what God wants to do, and there's nothing really fruitful in trying to solve the problem with your mind because your mind is going to be always wrong. But it sounds like you are okay with some combination of axioms from human perspective, then leading to logical conclusions, because then you can start to talk about what is right in certain cases.
Sure, but then I still fall back on that intersubjectivity.
You still fall back on intersubjectivity, meaning that it needs to be some kind of dynamic relationship between the all the entities. It needs to be with humans, in relationship to God, in relationship to logic, this sort of
I just mean
mixing.
like I just mean like tribes. Like some tribes think it's okay to kill others and some tribes don't. It's morally okay
Right.
to execute in public, morally not okay to execute in public. And so then this global inconsistency, I don't know what to do with that. The species
Hmm.
inconsistency, I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah, but if you were able to find an axiom of agreement where it's like, um, you know, well, we agree we should try to kill people as little as possible, at least.
I think that's a pretty general one, right? Like just
It's a
some
general one. Yeah, but
maybe
I mean,
some people think just kill the ones that we don't like, and then keep the ones we do like. But
but I mean,
there's the idea of killing.
you could though, so you could create a scenario where that wasn't correct based on the situation. So you have a tribe and they had to kill another tribe or they would have died. And the other tribe was more barbaric, so it was better that they would have lived. You can create the scenario. You could create a scenario where they had to kill a bunch of people in their community because those people would have destroyed the community in the end result. You can come up with a lot of situations that make death not uh, the worst result. Um, but but it does sound like you are okay with this sort of coming up with human axioms and logical conclusions from those sort of
I mean,
like,
yeah,
but you can
for
see
sure.
you can see why this was something I wasn't sure about though, because of the way that you oftentimes will point out that things are not grounded in absolute reality independent of the human mind. When when you say like objects are more true than the abstractions including math, then I go like,
Yeah.
well, what does that mean for like, you know, the implications of how we use logic in moral conclusions, i.e., so for example, mm, if you take a mallet and smash somebody, you can then conclude later, oh, it was bad because that person took a mallet and smashed a person. But then if you use logic to sort of build out a more complicated thing, this person will do this in this case, then it starts to, you know,
Mm.
become less real. It sounds like you do still um allow for logical constructions of morality.
Sure. I mean, I have like 30 hours in a liberal arts degree, so I can logically make anything sound okay. I can somehow logic ending the life of my dog, for example.
So then you don't think logic is a valid way to approach morality. Like
Alone,
some
alone, no.
no, I'm not saying alone, I'm saying with
Mixed with emotion, yes.
mixed with emotion. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you feel. We've been just about 2 hours. Um, and what do you feel? Do you feel kind of like why did I even build this stuff or talk about this or what?
Oh, it's great. It helped me. I actually want to go and look at how we understand numbers now. How, like, the beginning of math. I want to know who was the first one that was like, that's one and one. I want to look at, I want to look at that stuff now and understand, like, what was the part of the brain that lets us, you know, create a symbol and what connected these things together.
Yeah, that is
That's,
interesting.
that sounds like a cool rabbit hole to go dig into now, because I sure as hell don't know. But I still don't know how to. Just have to be careful whenever I talk about morality, because there's just so many things around in my life where people are just constantly making moral claims and moral judgments. And if you're somebody that says, well, moral judgments come after we talk about it logically, then you just get ostracized so fast. And so I think I tend to avoid moral conversations because of this.
Oh, can you explain that? You said if you're somebody, I wasn't sure about the subject of who's being ostracized. Like, so what is who gets ostracized for doing what precisely? Is it the
using
is it the person?
using logic using logic to question, or using logic to just explore ideas. Those people tend to get ostracized very quickly.
They get what do you mean by ostracized? Like they get removed from society in a sense?
It doesn't need to be that extreme, but just from
But so
whatever.
that's what you're saying is so people who
Sure.
use logic and reasoning, they get shunned from society because they start drawing hard conclusions in things that people emotionally don't like to be concluded.
Maybe. Maybe that's one part of it, but just simply asking questions sometimes is not a good thing.
Yeah, I mean,
I
yeah.
mean, we see it on the Peterson quad.
Could you give like an exact
I could
hypothetical example?
I could give an example, but I don't think it's worth it. There's plenty of examples.
I just mean like, um, yeah.
There's
So like somebody will say they'll make some kind of assertion about morality, and then people will attack them, basically.
it's just it's just in group and out group behavior. You just see it, and it doesn't have to be the Peterson account. You see it everywhere. As I was just saying, you see it there. But what I've seen whenever I go into places and I grab the snake, remember, and I hold on to it
Hmm.
and let it bite the shit out of me as much as possible, is this is what tends to happen is you have these clear outliers who are out group people, and they just get swallowed by the in group.
Hmm.
And I think this is tied to topics around moral judgments
Yeah, I mean,
more often.
in my experience, I've used logic to disassemble large groups of people who do such. So, one example of this is that if I'm talking to a group of people who is the in group and I'm the out person because I'm not abiding by their ad hoc moral premises, if I use logic appropriately, I can beat any number of them because they will often entirely rely on logical inconsistencies. So they'll have moral premises that when you start cooking them down, fall apart, or they'll accuse me of things that have logical inconsistencies in themselves. Very simply they maybe will misunderstand the conclusions of what I'm saying, and then I show that, oh no, I didn't say that actually. So it's actually logically false to conclude this based off what I said here. And so my experience is that logic allows me, I mean, I've talked to like groups of raging people in their in group that are extremely upset at me, trying to destroy me. And I've like carefully just dismantled everything they said and like took no damage.
I think what I struggle with is that everyone in that moment, including the in group, is using logic, right?
Not at all.
they're using they're using logic because somehow it's the thing that needs to be said. And so I have to just be like, well, that must be the logic that you've concluded on.
Well,
Because that's just how it works,
they're
right?
using logic to a degree, but it's logic that falls apart. Um,
Right. It could be weak, but it's still logic. Because like they have the physiological response of whatever, and then they have to consciously activate that physiological response by putting it in symbols.
well, okay, so here's
So like something's coding in their brain, like this is how you should
uh
respond. This is how you should respond, and then they code that into our symbols and communicate it. And that to me is just the logic
but I'll use a
because we
good
can't
example here.
communicate emotionally.
But here's a good example. So somebody will
Yes, we could.
accuse somebody else of something, but they're equivocating. So they're saying like this person said this, but they're equivocating. One of the words in the thing they said actually didn't mean what they're supposing it meant. This is a very, very common thing people do. And so logic here, so they have a logic. Well, the person said this, therefore they mean this. Therefore, this is the conclusion. But using proper logic on it, you're able to identify, oh, you equivocated. So your conclusion is actually not true because there was a logical inconsistency in what you're saying. And so, yeah.
Well, help me understand equivocation again. It means like basically talking past each other because you're using two different definitions.
Right.
So it's not that they're illogical. It's just miscommunication.
Well, okay, I'll give an example. So, uh, in a conversation, somebody asked me, they were like, "How would you describe postmodernism?" And I said, "This is gonna get really." I just realized this is an example we already have so many like weird disagreements on. I said that I thought that postmodernism was the ego death of the scientific community, and then they attacked me because on the grounds of Jungian psychology, where um yeah, maybe I'm just so basically they thought they used a different definition of ego death, and I said no, I was referring to sort of a psychedelic ego death definition. Therefore, you're false. Therefore, your arguments are wrong. Um, and in this whole like construction of a attack towards me, there's like all these like little branches that emerge from it, right? So because the premise of the equivocation of viewing two different types of ego deaths, they're then concluding that, well, you know, like let's say they at some point in their argument they say, well, you're attacking me falsely, you have no proof. It's like, well, this is logically based on this, which is equivocation. So then you have sort of things which are logically built up, and I mean, at the end of the day, logic is sort of just consistency. It's a tautology for just that which is. And so when you say like, well, that's not really logic to equivocate, it's not about logic, it's just equivocation. It's like, but that is what logic is. It's just finding inconsistencies. So like this person built their argument about how, then they say like, oh, well, you keep attacking me for no reason. That's built on this argument, which is built on this, which is built on equivocation. So the whole thing is a logical flaw. And then what I do is I go in and I just point out the logical. It's like, no, sorry, that thing you said here was built on this thing, which was equivocation. And so we start to then use logic to find the truth in a mix of lies and confusion.
Trying to think of an example from my career because like I want to keep I like you know me I like to keep things grounded.
Mm-hmm.
People don't talk like that, right? Like people don't engage in these structures when they converse each other. They just say what they need to say to communicate the message they need to communicate. There are some people that can understand these communication structures too. And I think that's what tends to happen is like these two modes of communication enter the same room and then there's talking past each other that happens. And I think that's a reason why Dialogos makes that the first step is like, let's just go ahead and get that out of the way because that's normal everyday conversation. Is like, this is just how people in general talk to each other. We just sort of like build, like, you just build on whatever. And so I'm used to living in equivocation in my career and trying to connect people from their understandings. Like I go in and I listen to everybody and then I find the overlapping ideas, even though every person says something completely different. I still find the big overlapping ideas and then we execute them and everybody's okay, better off sometimes, most of the time. And like everybody's equivocating. They're just not equivocating to each other because they're already at the point where they can't communicate with each other. But it's all logic. It all makes sense. You just have to learn how to find the sense in it. If you just, I don't know how to explain it. Like, I don't know, give them a chance to understand or give them a chance to make these like strange things. And then finally you're like, well, what did you mean exactly? I don't know how else to explain it. I don't I don't know if I agree with this. Like there is this logical thing that happens in a conversation. Like maybe I misunderstood you, but what I heard was maybe it's like we start here and it should end here and that would be logical. Is that kind of what you were saying? And did what I say make sense?
Yeah, what you said makes sense, and I certainly agree with that. That there's these sort of ways people communicate in different ways, and there's some truth that you can find in all of it. Um,
Right.
there's also, this is what I'm talking about. It's like disassembling bad arguments that people generate for the sake of sort of social control. So like, you know,
Yeah,
I
people
come
do
into this
not like that.
conversation. Say what?
People do not like that.
No.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I come into a conversation. I have seven people talking to me. They're they have a claim which is ridiculous. They're claiming something stronger than they can, right? So they're taking some piece of evidence and they're saying, they have a person and they're saying this person is bad in this way, and I'm noticing, oh, there's actually you can't prove that. Like it might be true, but from what we have the evidence, we can't conclude that, right? So I'm trying to bring some coherence to it. So let's just define our terms correctly. So when it comes to this conclusion, we can suppose that it might be true, but it's not certainly true logically from the evidence that we have. And so then I get into this massive conversation where they are misquoting me, doing all this stuff, and to follow one train. So let's say they start doing this. They they then say something that I said that I didn't say it. I just disassemble that. Then by the end of it, we end up in this sort of weird uh weird thing that happens where then they accuse me of being argumentative. They accuse me of like, something like this. And then they accuse me of a whole wild collection of things that I didn't do. And at the whole point, I was entirely reasonable. So they're like, well, no, but sometimes you were unreasonable during the conversation. And I go, well, point out where. And then later I prove them wrong on that, but then they reference back to it. And so there's this thing where you can have points of incorrect logic that build out entire things from that. And so at this in these examples, I'm not even talking about me having a whole logical system. I'm just talking about sort of like identifying logical fallacies and then correctly framing things. Like it could be true, these people could be true, but can we necessarily logically conclude the thing from the premises? Not necessarily. And so that's where logic becomes tremendously useful because it's there's two different levels. There's the what do we absolutely know, and then there's the what could be. So on the what could be is what you're talking about. Like, well, it could be that everybody kind of has something true to say. There's a lot of room there, and there's not much you can do. So this person could have this weird motivation. So like one thing that often happens is people will accuse me of my motivation. They'll say like, you did this because your motivation is this. It's like you can absolutely not prove that in a million years.
Couldn't
And
know it either.
right. And so then what I do is I go, okay, but we can't like that's not a part that can't be a part of like what we absolutely know. And so for me, it's just like taking the things which are being asserted strongly and reducing them to maybe, maybe not. And so that's where I'm saying like logic is tremendously helpful because if you could just categorize things as what we know and what we don't know, it doesn't get rid of all the human elements of like exploration, but it just doesn't over crystallize things which shouldn't be viewed as facts.
Oh, that gave me so many things to say. It gave me a really, I think, parallel work example I had. And I think what that does is it actually is a good example of why logic only doesn't work morally, which I know you don't think that that's how it is, but
I don't know.
okay,
I
well, maybe. Uh, so the work example, and I did this before in different contexts, but this was a warehouse that had retail clothes, and they had an inbound system and an outbound system, and I started in inbound, and they had picking tickets, but the warehouse had absolutely no locations, no picking locations. And so I don't know how familiar you are with warehousing,
I
but
worked in a warehouse a bit.
you have generally you have, these bays and these bins, and there's like go to bay A and pick from bin 10. That way you know where the hell to go. This plate has none of that. They just had, here's the long sleeves, here's the babies, and you just had to memorize the floor when you went out there. And so when I started this job, I entered and I was like, I didn't pick. They were just like showing me the generalities and getting my desk set up. And then when they finally gave me a pick ticket, I looked at them. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And they looked at me like, no, like, I'm going to go show you where the long sleeves are. And I was like, okay, let's figure this out, dude. And so it literally would take us, like, we'd have some pretty massive orders, and it would take us, I mean, hours. People would take hours to do this shit.
Hmm.
And so I fought tooth and nail, and I built out, or before, what I did was I argued. We had weekly meetings, and I argued with them constantly. We need an inventory system. This has to happen. It's going to save us so much time. And they did the exact. You're argumentative, Scott. You're negative. You need to fix your attitude, or we're going to have to change something. And so what I did was I just went, okay. I shut up, and I got an Excel because this company provided a Microsoft account, and I built an inventory system because they had these old inventory tags where every year you do an audit, and so every bay had a little number because even the auditors were like, we need an inventory system. So I used those stickers. I went and manually had a laptop and put those stickers where every little item was, and then I got it to map. I mapped out the floor basically, and then whenever I got a pick ticket, I would go to my computer and handwrite in each bin location for the items, and I was done so fast, so fucking fast. And they were like, "Dude, how'd you do that so fast?" And I was like, "Let me show you." And then I got everybody in Outbound doing it, and then I talked to the IT person. I was like, "Can you get my Excel sheet to automatically populate on these pick tickets?" And then boom, and then 3 months, 4 months later, our warehouse manager was like, "This is extremely helpful." And then the company was like, "We're going to buy inventory software." And so then I got to implement and help build out that system in that place. So it was literally just me having to shut the fuck up and show them rather than like constantly arguing. And
Hmm.
that has been a pattern throughout so many other jobs. Even before that, I would come in, just like figure out what the hell was wrong, go bitch and moan about it. People would be like, "Shut up, you're annoying," and then I would just do it and show them it was better, and then they would be like, "Oh shit, it's better." And so I think like that is scalable into those conversations. And what I mean by that in the nicest way is like, I don't think, I'm not saying you still have these conversations, but like I figured out like those are just such a fuck, like they're such a waste. Some people just, I'm okay. Look, I want to talk to everybody all the time and grab the snake, but there's just some moments that like you just have to go out and just do it. Like if you honestly think that there's a better way, you just go and do it and show people. Does that make sense? Like I'm not saying you
Mm,
don't do that.
absolutely
Just
does.
saying like at the scale of this conversation, I think that that matches.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
None of that was
Uh,
like, you should do this, Josh. None of that was aimed at that. I was just saying, like, I think I see a parallel there.
yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean, I agree with you. That's super cool that you did that, and that was very effective. The couple notes to add to that, um, one is that it's a completely different story about what somebody should do versus what they shouldn't do. And so in these conversations, I'm always talking about what people shouldn't do.
Right. Like, for the longest, I mean, it was like weeks. I was just like, what the fuck are you? Like, I was just, what are we doing? This is the stupidest shit ever. And that's how I got that feedback of like, okay, Scott, it's time to shut up. And then I was just like, okay, I'm going to shut up. But if I would have kept, like, I was right in that moment. It was like, this is obviously better. But
Hmm.
everyone was like, no, you're combative and you're stupid, Scott. And so, like, that's that's still logic, right? That they're using, calling me stupid and combative.
It's not though, right?
Okay,
It really
yeah,
isn't.
that's what I want to hear. I want to hear. That's what I thought was the crux. I want to hear why you think that's not logic.
Why you're combative? Well, because it's based on the the assumption that you're wrong and that you know you're wrong and you're just doing it to fight. So you can't prove that, right? So if somebody says you're combative for saying this stuff, they would have to then prove not only that you know that's false, that it's true, that the inventory wouldn't help, but also that you know that. Because to be combative is to want to do something just for the sake of fighting. Just sort of like that's what you mean by combative, like just sort of doing it for the sake of just sort of generating conflict. You can't prove that.
Right, but they came to that conclusion because that's the pattern. That's like the fastest neural pathway that had to fire. They saw whatever it was you were doing, and that's the neural pathway of the in group.
Yeah, but
That's it's the fastest response for the in group to be like, you need to leave now because you're not one of us.
yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like this is what everybody concluded. So the amount of names they called me in this conversation just
Yeah.
unbelievable levels of
Yeah.
artistry they used to describe me in negative ways. But at every single time they described it, I was able to disassemble it. So like take the thing. So oftentimes equivocation happens. So like they would call you combative, and then you'd say like, no, 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 I'm actually thinking this is true. And they say like, but you are fighting us. Like so that there's equivocation about what it means to be combative, like all this stuff. But like when you boil it down, like there's no way that any amount of people can actually prescribe you as something that's not true. So like at the very least, you conclude that like at the very least, we don't know if I'm combative. We don't know what my motivation is. We don't know. Like I can't prove that I'm doing this for good reasons, and you can't prove I'm doing it for bad reasons. But we certainly can't conclude definitively that it's because I want to fight, because I'm argumentative.
I think that's called, I'm not an expert. I think that's called projection, transference.
To project onto somebody else what you are doing. Like you're
In a
saying that's what they were
sense.
doing to you.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, certainly it was. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes. I think so too. Not 100% sure, but
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I'm just from what you said,
I'm
I'm
pretty
sure.
certain.
I wasn't there. You're not sure. I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Uh,
just know that's what people do a lot of. Yeah. Projection.
it's pretty, yeah, pretty safe. It's like usually when I say like I call something or someone a name, I'm like an hour later or whatever, I'm like, crap, like that was actually me. And I'm trying to figure out how to, I don't do it often. Okay. But if I ever do it because I'm pissed, then like I go vent about it to my wife or something like that person's being an asshole. And then I'm like, maybe a day later, I'm like, you know what? I was actually being the asshole. Like that's one thing I've been trying to figure out is like how to shorten that gap. How to not say that person was an asshole and just be like, right now I'm being an asshole. Shut up. That's another
You
topic.
know, this is gonna well, sometimes it can be the other way projection. So like, somebody's being reasonable. You then like have this assumption about their character. And it in some sense it can be sort of like a psychic projection. You could be feeling what they're feeling towards you. So I would say like a pretty important thing is identifying how possible projection is. Like when
Wait,
like
could you say that? Sorry, could you say what you're describing again?
yeah, so like an example is I used to have this until I identified it. So like I would be arguing with somebody and then I would start feeling super frustrated because they just don't understand it. That's not what was happening. What was happening is they were super frustrated because I was winning them in the argument and I was getting the projection of their frustration. And
Oh,
so
oh, uh, sorry. I think that's called countertransfer. I know it's not a therapeutic setting, but that makes me think of countertransference.
what is that? Counter transference? Never heard of that.
There's transference where the patient projects onto the therapist, and there's countertransference where the therapist projects onto the patient.
Hmm. Ah, yeah. Okay. It's some kind of projection. Um, but I mean, I guess I'm just saying like that seems like a specific thing. I'm talking about basically just like kind of broadly speaking, other people's emotional states can be projected onto you. You don't even know it, and you interpret it a different way. So like I interpret
Yeah.
myself as being angry at them because they're not understanding very basic arguments. And in reality, they're angry at me because they're losing the arguments and they kind of do understand it.
I think it's like in that therapeutic setting, I think the example is like if at any point you start saying things like you would say to your mom, but you're treating the therapist in the same way that you would treat your mom. And then the same could be done. The
Hmm.
therapist could treat the patient like they're treating a sibling or something. It's just
Hmm.
it's just in the opposite direction.
It's the difference though between that is though it sounds like what you're describing is some as some state from something they've dealt with in the past or something, and then they're projecting it onto the situation. What I'm saying is that dynamically, the emotional states of the two people in the exchange are flipping their states directly with each other.
Oh, I think I'm saying that's the same thing because they're both mirrors. Like you're both reacting to what you're receiving. This is like yeah. I get you. Let's scratch the therapeutic crap. Let's go back to the normal stuff.
That's cool though.
I
I like this term.
I
It's
get you.
apparently a Freudian term.
Yeah. I think it's psychoanalytics, yeah. But
This is
it's
yeah.
probably not good to use outside of the therapy for that reason where it like has so much confusion. It's like, oh, that doesn't apply.
I don't know. I personally love scholastic language. I love specific language because it allows you to do more things. People get upset like you're using too big of words, and I'm like, oh,
Maybe.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another maybe projection, but I get it. Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one, dude. Dealing with in group and out group stuff, but I love that shit. And that's probably not healthy. And I love it.
I are you sure you love it, or that is that just a projection of the in group out group? Because in these exchanges that I
I'm
had,
typically the out group. I'm
yeah,
typically the out group.
same, same. Um, I'm just so this is what I've noticed though in these exchanges I have with people. I feel like I'm doing things for objectively good reasons. So if people are maybe talking about somebody in a very bad way, and I think this is not good. It's just morally bad. And so it's not that I enjoy the exchange. I just want things to be done correctly. But when I engage these people, I feel this excitement from them. Um, and additionally, this is what I'd say is that I've done this, you know, with again very vitriolic, well-established communities, and I've entirely disassembled their structure to where, like, because what you'd expect to happen is you have an in group, the out group person is one person, so this entire group is against them. This person comes in, they get undermined the whole time, and then they have to be subservient to the main group. But in these cases I'm talking about, I stood my ground and just kept disassembling all the ridiculous things they were saying, and I was on top of the situation. I'm just saying that in terms of like that's what my experience with logic is that when I use logic, doesn't matter how big the group is, how much they care about it, how many hours they spend attacking me. You could say this is a waste of time, but in certain cases, I feel like people generate a lot of problems in a space, and I just don't want to allow that to happen. It's not that I'm, trying to win them over or something. It's just that I feel like they're causing a lot of damage.
So yeah, that I mean is a waste of time. I like to think of a lot of things, and most things are constructive if you know how to use them. So that was poor word choice of me.
I certainly understand that. I've never talked to somebody and they've agreed that having conversations online with people is useful, but
I think I think they are extremely useful, and I struggle with the idea that they're a waste of time. I don't think they're
really,
a waste of time.
yeah, I agree.
Hmm. I understand. I used to think the same thing, and I stayed offline for a long, long, long time. And then something happened, and I was like, you know what? I think there's something here. Let me go figure it out. And I maybe don't have the perfect thing that I figured out, but I think I figured out something that works right now. And it doesn't seem like that's a very popular idea in the Peterson Academy.
That communicating with people is useful.
Via text online.
Right. Yeah. I yeah, I'm with you on this. I do think it's useful. I think it's probably more efficient to talk to people face to face if you can, but it can also be quite useful to text.
I think just depending on how you use it. This is getting to a really complicated topic now. Because now we're extra the out group if we're saying this. This is the most out group thing possible.
True. I've had debates with people about this too, where they say that, yeah. But it's a really ironic thing to argue in a conversation that, like to say, hey, conversations online are useless. It's like, well, why are you talking to me then? Like,
Yeah, yeah. It's yes. That's a whole can of worms, dude. I would love to talk about, but it just risks so much, which sucks balls.
risks a lot, just like social positioning, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you can't really talk about whatever the hell you want.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid to say things like that. Yeah. I'll be afraid
N-
to make an absolute claim that this isn't that and this is that and real, whatever. But I'm not afraid to say that you can't talk about everything.
Not in social settings. No.
And that's okay. There's probably good reasons for it.
Do you think you can talk about whatever you want to individuals, though?
Ooh, depends.
Right.
No.
Yeah. Depends. Sometimes, though.
uh, what a great question. Sure, you have to understand that if you understand the consequences.
Hmm. It's like something about like knowing, maybe being comfortable enough with the person that you don't think they're going to try to use the things you said against them in some larger social
Yeah. Yeah,
enterprise.
sure. Yeah. I think that's fair. Like the place that you want to, it's just back to human tribalism, back to that inner subjectivity. You can, it's just so fun. I think you can just simply say things and get these responses like you experience and I have experienced. You just go into some place and you just say something innocent, like, I think it wouldn't take me an hour and a half to pick 5 or 50 shirts if I just had a system. And, but
Yeah.
instead they're like, you're being combative and annoying.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
There's also a tendency for systems to atrophy and stagnate because social dynamics are based on social dynamics. That's the problem of the Asclepius, or sorry, the Ouroboros, the snake eating its tail. Social systems oftentimes end up in a situation where this person's on top because he's on top, and then they're like the social dynamic gets rigid, and therefore anybody who's an outsider that comes in and supposes uh revivification to the process doesn't just risk the system falling apart, but the social system falling apart. So like I would suspect those people were reacting to you becoming more powerful than they wanted you to be in the setting. They're like, we can't have this guy in here calling the shots because that disrupts our social order.
Yeah, I think that's one fair way to put it. I think like yeah, some power dynamics. But that's not what I think goes through some of our heads whenever we do that. We're just coming in there like, I think this is a solution to a very simple
Yeah.
thing. And people are like, holy crap. I, I don't know, man. Like, this is like, whenever, so I'll say something personal, I guess. Like 8 or so years ago, I had another warehouse job and I just like always got into it with some people, typically my boss. And I would just come home every day and I would sit down with my wife and I'd be like, what is wrong with me? Like, I cannot get along with anybody. There's something just to the core wrong with me. And I did that for like months, dude. And I didn't realize I was doing it for months but I would just come home and have these same conversations. And finally, my wife was like, "You do this a lot. Like, you need to do something about it." And it was much more brutal than that because she's lovely and candid. But like, I just didn't understand how to recognize these patterns at the time, and I fucking forgot where I was going with that.
Mm.
Because once I get deeply personal, then I'm like trying to track memories. Damn it! It had to do with the topic.
With social dynamics, power structures, with how to operate within power structures. Like, did you then learn? This is
I
where I thought
just
you were going with it.
I just thought that there was something horribly wrong with me, and like I think where I'm going with it is like I don't fit anywhere. I don't know how to fit because I'm always trying to, like you successfully described earlier, I'm always trying to breathe things down. I'm always trying to deconstruct things. I'm always trying to, I have this mode of operation that always puts me in the out every single time. And I've come to accept it. And I've learned how to modulate it, but it's just always there.
Well, I mean, I can describe this in a way that doesn't paint you in a bad light at all, which is that you and it took me a very long time to find out about this because you and I, because we are interested in like deconstructing things, I would say in an egoless manner, like knowing what's actually happening as opposed to what do individual people want to happen, really properly deconstructing things. Because we do that, we're very unaware that other people operate entirely differently. They operate strictly off social dynamics. And so when you talk about situations where you're the out person, that to me sounds like there is a social dynamic and you're deconstructing it. And people are upset about that because these social dynamics are not one offs, they're a staple. Generally, if you have enough people, you're going to have a social dynamic and you're going to have a large amount of people who are manipulating that social dynamic by creating these in groups, out groups. So, like, let's say you have some people in at your work at this time where they care about the social dynamic. They see you coming in and you come in with this brilliant idea. They don't care if it's brilliant, they don't care if it's faster, they don't care about the workplace at all. All they care about is you're going to come in, reshape how they do things, and then you're going to be powerful and influential and have a position higher than them in the social dynamic. So what they do is then they try to not only attack you, but make it not cool what you're doing. So just a couple of them start treating that like it's so not cool to do that, and then they create this feeling like where everybody else is kind of like scared, like, oh, we don't want to be uncool, we don't want to get ostracized from this group because that's what the threat is always. It's like if you do what this guy's doing, and if you don't be with the cool group, see what happens. You just get like whacked so hard. Um, and so
Right,
yeah,
but what's wrong? Why are we not in the in group? Why is it so hard whenever that's the larger thing,
it's
right? Like
a
there's
it's
something there, that's why I have to look at it like there's something wrong with me because I'm not in the group. And humans collect in groups and that's, cooperating and that's successful,
well, it's a uh it's like
right? You see the dilemma.
yeah, but like what it is it's the difference between so the group itself is sort of esoteric. It's something you learn about by doing it. Um, and if you
Even when I'm in an established position, a long-term position, and new people are coming in, I'm still the out. They fit into the in group, and I'm still the out group. Even if
Mhm.
I'm in this
Yeah,
exact same social
well,
environment.
I mean, this may sound conspiratorial though, but it's like this. So the qualifications to be the in group is to in some sense have sold your soul to the devil. It's that you have sold that ability to or that function of being grounded. You've sold that so that you can be a part of the social dynamic. So in order to be a part of the in group, you have to like not have that, oh, I have an idea, and this idea is powerful, and this idea is going to be more powerful than anything you say. You can't have any of that. It has to be entirely subservient to the group. And so like this sounds very conspiratorial to say, but like you say, well, everybody comes in, they're like a part of the in group, and I'm not. It's like it might sound ridiculously conspiratorial, but there is an understanding in the culture. It's never spoken about, but it's like, you know, we're the people that like we do the socializing thing. And so we set the social standard. The social standard isn't even real, but they set it. Like, well, because we are a part of the social dynamic, we care about this. That's this is how we operate. We then set the click because they have a bunch of tools to make it powerfully operated. Tools that you and me would never have thought of even doing. Tools of rhetoric, tools of attacking people without having substance. Somebody says something really smart, doesn't matter. You can attack them with rhetoric.
You're connecting some major dots right now. They have those tools. Sorry, please finish if you have more.
Well, I mean, maybe I'll uh, throw in this final conclusion that so like those tools of rhetoric mixed with the tools the thing I described before of like sort of being able to like switch emotional states to where like one person thinks they're angry, but it actually it's the other person. The collaboration of those tools is accumulating something that you would maybe describe as actually magic. Because what it does is it's like it's not real, it's not substantial, but you get power from these these weird constructions of rhetoric and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, this just makes me think of so many things I've been thinking on the past few years. It's connecting some dots. I like the right whenever I get the chance and the motivation to, which is rare. I like to try to look at the types of uh, psychological types by Jung, the extrovert and the introvert. And I think, well, Jung was alive in this time when he didn't have the internet and he didn't have people constantly communicating via text. And so he built these extrovert and introvert off of that environment. And now that we have this new digital jungle, I think these terms are a bit maybe I don't know about flipped, but they're a bit different. And so I'm trying to parse out how to make sense of Jung's extrovert and introvert in a digital environment. And I think what you said kind of helped me connect some dots.
Oh, that is interesting. That's an interesting analysis that the internet changes it in terms of people being kind of social suddenly, even if they were traditionally an introvert, suddenly online, they're very social, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
How does that connect with the other stuff I was saying.
because you're describing these tools that of rhetoric that people have whenever they're extrovertedly gaining power. And so maybe people on the internet introvertedly gain power through these other, like the newspaper may have done it already, or the news in general, but text based, it has to be text based. That's where I'm mainly focused, is like, how does an introvert, how does a of course I agree with the idea no one is a true introvert, no one's a true extrovert, or they'd be insane. I like that idea. But how does someone who has a dominant introversion to interaction behave online? And I'm sure people have done this. I need to look into it more. But what you said helped me understand what I think I need to look at. Maybe more of like how extroverted people behave just normally. Seems so simple.
Mhm.
Yeah. No, that was a cool breakdown of
Cool.
what you think uh, helps build these social hierarchies or these in groups. Yeah, there's no way to say it without sounding controversial.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds a bit out there, um, but that's that understanding for me. I'm glad you resonate with it, but that understanding for me wasn't necessarily the thing I understood that tremendously helped me out. Is more a consequence of gaining some level of perception that um, before I was like absolutely entirely always the outside person in any group in like the most extreme way you could imagine generally. And then after, not just after understanding that, but that was part of like a set of things that I came to understand that entirely remove that dynamic for
Yeah,
me.
I'm constantly battling that, to be more personal. I don't know how to reconcile. I mean, I'm an adult and I can live and I can operate and function, but there's this thing where I'm like, how do I reconcile this? What do I do with this piece of information?
Um, what do you mean specifically?
How do I channel it? How does one channel this superpower of always being in the out group? And I don't mean this in a morally negative way or anything like that. I'm just trying to objectively map it out. Like, this is the pattern that always happens. So
I mean,
how do I use this?
this is why I guess I'm interested in logic as it relates to morality because I I have an ability to be extremely sort of powerful in a group because I know what's happening. So like I see the games that come up and there's a question of like, okay, well, are these like legitimate things people actually think, or are these actual sort of like games people are doing just to gain power? And when I identify that these are power games, then I can squash them essentially. And so this is why the logic of morality is interesting to me because when I am assertive in a group, people can't do that, and therefore I very much want to know that what I'm doing is actually, in some human sense, at least as far as we can perceive objectively, good. So, um,
Right, but I can't help. I I think I tend to do the same thing. That sounds pretty close. I can't help but think, like, that makes you the common denominator.
Say
Not
more. I'm
you.
not sure what you mean.
I'm saying like you as the royal you. But that makes
Right.
that person the common denominator in that situation. If you are consistently the out group, consistently in every group, that makes you the odd one.
Yeah, but like follow the reasoning I described before. So like imagine somebody goes to school, they go to public school, they are hanging out with people, and what they realize is, listen, if I forget about what I think is true, if I forget about the objective world for a bit, and I just suck up a little bit, I start playing the social games, suddenly my life gets way better. And I think there's this completely ridiculous perspective that no widespread ideas can exist without being transparently known to people. Why would we ever assume that? So there's this idea that anything you propose that's like everybody thinks it, but nobody says it, that's a conspiracy theory, and therefore it's absurd. Um, what I'm proposing is that essentially the majority of people will just act within these social parameters. They're entirely socially fixated. Um, and the reason that you're then the out person isn't because you're the common denominator based off this. It's just literally because you are interested in playing beyond purely the social dynamic. And there's no reason to logically conclude that just because you're the consistent factor in a negative cycle that you're the problem. It's just there's no logic that says that that's it's like sometimes that's true, sometimes it's not. There's nothing you can logically draw from
That's
that.
how that's how like you would do like a mental disorder, right? Like you would take a sample of people and be like, this is the normal baseline behavior. This is the abnormal baseline behavior. And so I would, that's why I have to be like, is this maladaptive and why am I reinforcing it?
Yeah, and I mean that's also a big question because like grounding to society is also a big thing. But there's just there's also something about society like you know how like there's all these descriptions of like magic and all this stuff, alchemy, all the in the past people doing all this mystical stuff, and like there's no like what is it? There was like all these witch trials, like what are witches, right? Like there's all this stuff in human history. I guess all I'm saying is that there is a magical element of society that some people enchant, curse, hex. They do these things where um an objective like psychological analysis doesn't take any of this into account. And so like even though it's true that like um it's very grounding to sort of go into society, it's also like also true that society sometimes can be just wildly wrong than it could. There's a function which is not tangible and graspable to it, which can result in any kind of like level of analysis not really capturing what people are up to. I'm not sure if that's making sense at all.
I think it's just so hard. It's hard for me because I just got tired of coming home and saying the same thing. Like I don't know how to talk to people. But but when I'm online, it's very very easy because I don't need to. It's just the symbols and their meaning. I don't need all the other bullshit. I don't know how else to explain it.
I
And
mean,
I'm not. It's valid bullshit. I love face and emotions and smiling and frowning, and I love all that. I'm just saying, like, I find it much easier to communicate through text and getting clarity through text. And I love this too, but there's a lot of talking so you can think.
Mhm.
and like text gives you that liberty to think and then talk.
Mhm. I would also
And
propose though that
yeah.
you go.
And then I was just gonna say, like, I think uh, depending on, I need to understand it more, but depending on this introversion and extroversion, I think there's some advantages to talking and thinking and thinking and talking kind of stuff.
Um, mm, my feeling of why there's a difference between these two dynamics would actually be that in face-to-face communication, you're able to be receiving a lot more subtle cues. So one thing that people
More
will do,
feedback. Mm.
more feedback, more magical feedback, essentially, more
Magical.
magical feedback. Quote me on it. So,
Yes.
but here's an example. So this is a very
Yeah.
powerful one. So somebody, they're trying to do some magic, right? What they'll do,
Well, hold on. Sorry. I just want to address the magic thing before we go down more magic. When I hear magic, I think of, like, right now, what I'm doing is sometimes when my kid falls and gets hurt, he immediately shoots up and he's like looking at my face for how should I react right now?
yeah,
I don't, yeah. So I'm not like, that's how I'm understanding magic.
that's
Is like,
that's that's white magic. Yeah.
that's why.
Doing
All right.
white
All right.
magic.
All right.
So,
Gotcha.
but this is some black magic
All
I'm
right.
talking about right now.
Gotcha.
So, so what somebody can do is like, they will convince themselves they are way smarter than you, way better. What they're doing is way better, and that you are entirely incompetent, right? And so now when they're talking to you, everything they say, even if they start trying to like be nice, so they're trying to be nice, they're trying to lift you up, they're trying to like support what you're saying, but that deep belief in them is what you're reading because you're good enough to understand people. So then you're talking to them and you get this feeling like I guess what I'm saying is like not that valuable. Like they're just not interested in it. Like they're I'm not as cool, so like but those things can be, cued in like sort of very subtle body language because it's something which is sort of believed and then emitted through just sort of like a cascade of
I mean,
body language.
if I was just slouched back in my chair, like not even paying attention, those social cues matter, right? But it gets more complicated with persistence, I think. Like after you've tested the waters enough and y'all have gone back and forth, and then it's just this constant, uh, no, you're being combative and you're being negative, and like all you're doing is trying to tease out the truth. I think that's the black magic, maybe, is them
Yeah,
just automatically going to, well, then now insult.
right. Well, I mean, think about like how powerful it really is. Like what is the function? So they're entirely wrong, um, and they are entirely powerful. It didn't matter if they were right or wrong, but they had the power. That's what magic supposes to be. It supposes to give you power.
Yeah, I guess they're socially right, but maybe like objectively is up for question, whatever objective criteria is being used by you. That's where this is
Hmm.
difficult, because then this is all on like me and you or whoever is in the out group. It's all on that person to understand how to fit into that mode of communication.
It's just a difficult thing though, because fitting into the mode of communication and being correct are just non-overlapping functions.
But wait, say that again, but different. Say that again,
So
but
like
different. Because it sounds like, no, just say it again, but different. Because, yeah. It sounds bad when you say it, man.
So like being socially acceptable and um actually
Sorry, weird noises.
saying true things and doing valid things are not over they're not comparable modes of
Yeah,
operation.
maybe not all the time, right? Like, yeah, I think there's some moments when those things can happen at the same time.
There certainly are moments where they can, but I'm just saying like so if you want to be somebody who fits into society, then you would have to get rid of the notion of correct philosophy. And if you want to be
Wait, wait, okay.
somebody,
This is the issue I think I hear though. Is like I think what at this point what I'm hearing is like to socially fit in, you have to ignore the truth.
yeah,
That's a
100%.
serious fucking problem. but but that's why I'm cautious and saying like, well, I must be the problem then because there's no possible way that that could be the serious problem. It's no possible
Yeah,
way that there's like it that is the actual fucking problem. There's no way that humans have made it there, right? You
that
see,
is
see
literally
what I'm saying?
how I understand. Like it's just it seems extremely like unlikely that a larger operating set of people is going to be incorrect when one person is correct.
Right?
Uh, yeah,
More brains would mean smarterer than one brain. Of course, I understand there's different IQs and blah blah blah, whatever. But yeah, there's just something to us as a species where this is really important, and I can't. I wasn't built to aim in that way.
yeah, me neither. I mean, like the way I started seeing it though was I don't know. I kind of like solved enough problems that I didn't need to like keep like I I stopped trying to explain why it was happening. So like so somebody there's a group of people that rejects me, right? And I'm trying to like understand why instead of like trying to like process and like think about it. Um Jordan Peterson talks about I don't know if you've seen this, but he talks about like there is a the symbol, the Illuminati symbol, the eye in the pyramid, and he describes this as being the function of paying attention as opposed to thinking. And um, that function, I think, like it's a weird thing because like I never stop thinking, but I just start thinking becomes something that I'm more like observing.
Uh,
And
oh, there's a book I have behind me called ADHD 2.0 that kind of talks about this. Not saying you have ADHD or I do, but that book talks about the TPN and the DM, the default mode network and the temporal, and that what you're describing sounds really familiar to that. Like there's these like one mode is whenever you're doing focused work and one mode is when you're imagining. And in that book, it's talking about how ADHD typically have those modes on at the same time all the time,
mm,
rather than
that's a
people
cool
like
description.
my wife is very capable. I That's why I got the book because I was interested in this idea. But my wife is very capable of going to work and just like honing in, dude, and then turning off that and then being fun. And, she's just good at flipping that switch. And what you just described sounds like what I've read in that book. And like, I'm that way. Both of my things are on. I don't think that necessarily means anybody has ADHD, but like, I am thinking and focused, and like, those are going at full speed all the time. I don't know how to turn them
Mhm.
off.
Yeah.
So that was a neat coincidence what you brought up there.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting description that it's both the focus and the thinking. Because the only way really to start to see what people are actually up to is that kind of focus and then no thinking, because you want not your own set of thoughts to be something you're seeing through, but you want to just sort of like allow reality itself to appear to you. And yeah, but it's also a weird thing because cognition is like sort of interconnected, like or it's sort of like, like what I'm saying about like somebody, you're in an argument and you feel angry when in reality the anger is best described as like arriving from them. Like when you're in a group of people or you're talking to people, you know, ideas like where does the thinking come from? Where do the emotions come from? It's not so clear. Like,
Yeah,
um, which
I like the idea of psychoanalytic ideas in that interaction. That
like what?
like that transference and countertransference stuff is happening.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's a big, big part of it, actually.
Yeah. It's just it's just my son looking up and being like, "How should I react?" And that's just what we do even now. We're just
Right,
biologically older. We're just smarter, and we abstract those gestures and then go to the maybe sometimes the earliest way we reacted to that pattern.
right. Yeah, children. I've heard this is um nah, but children, like you're saying, oftentimes are like the way they've respond to things is sort of just a series of interactions they've had with their parents, where they sort of like downloaded the psychological state from them entirely. The parent does something, and then they sort of go, "Oh, that's how I'm going to as well do
I
things."
I definitely agree with that attachment theory level of understanding. For sure. For sure. You are the model. That's all the kid knows. The kid has its
Hmm.
parts. The kid has the parts, and the parts have to figure out how to work together, and they have to look at you and be like, "How do I do this?"
When I was young, I even had like this moment of awareness from where I started delineating between God and my parents, where I was like, "Hold on, my parents are not actually God." They never said they were. They weren't like never even close, but just for some reason, the authoritative function to me was perceived the same. It's like everything they say is correct. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I ever had that epiphany. I don't really know how to describe. I need to like dig into my childhood. I don't know shit about it. Probably a lot I could uncover just by thinking about it a bit more, or maybe writing. There was one time where I was like, you know what, I'm gonna write from my earliest memory to now, just see how I do. And I got like 5 days in, and then I got bored of it.
yeah, I've tried like keeping journals and stuff, and I never do. Writing, I can only write if I'm trying to communicate something. I can't like,
It's a good way to put it. I'm the same way. That's why I don't plan. I don't outline. I just go. And then if I finish it and I give a shit enough that I don't think it's like communicated, then I'm fine rewriting because writing is rewriting and all that jargon. Hopefully, the if you get interested and take the screenwriting course, I hope that guy says that at least once.
Um, did you take that course?
It'll come out soon. I don't think it's out
Oh,
yet.
the screenwriting course, not the one that's already been out.
I need to do the
About
storytelling one. I have it. I saved it whenever I joined. I was like, oh, cool! It's got a storytelling one. I love it, and I never watched it. It's hard because that's a whole different topic. I'll shut up.
oh, I'd be interested to hear it.
It's just my struggles with education. That's all.
How many courses have you looked at and done a couple lectures in at least?
I've finished at least. I want to say I've completely watched all 8 lectures of at least like 7 to 10. I could look, and then yeah, I generally flip through a lot,
Hmm.
and that's where I was gonna go is because like a lot. I'm just gonna say it like how it is. Like a lot of it feels aimed at younger audiences. It's and what I mean by that is that they are introductory because it's a new platform, and that is fine
Yeah,
and acceptable. You have to start somewhere. You don't go straight into the advanced level of material.
certainly. I mean, I think that's their plan is to start the building
Yes.
from down here so that they can
Yes. So
then
it's
later go up. Yeah.
it all totally makes sense. But like I am just personally exhausted of starting from scratch everywhere I have to go.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because like
Um,
the journalism 101, I don't know if you checked it out, but there's just so many things like I'm sure everyone has the same problem, but like there's stuff that he says it's like, yeah, I've come to this conclusion, get on with it. But you still need to listen to it because there's going to be this one little piece of gold in there and you're like, crap, I need to hear it.
mhm.
Yeah. That's definitely
Yeah.
my struggles with education is a little bit of that arrogance and a little bit of that humility. I think it's good to have a little bit of both, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even that like so like they would say like a little bit of narcissism and a little bit of humility even.
Sure.
I don't view those as necessary functions at all because I don't view like if I were to sit here and I were to say like I'm actually great at something, I wouldn't view that as arrogance. I would just view it as sort of like objective. If you say like I'm kind of above something, I just wouldn't view it as like arrogance and humility. I would just view it as just sort of like being
Right.
objective.
Right, you would, but that's not how everyone would perceive it. So you have to be careful about how you say things. Because feel deep down inside, I know what I'm good at, but you can't just say that. That's not cool.
Yeah. It'll derail the conversation into something else for a while. But I mean, I also think that in some sense, maybe that's stuff we should say because, like, what's worse, an idea of self-grandeur that's hidden or exposed? I mean,
I guess I see what you're saying. Like, it's like the idea of uh, free speech in a way. Like, people
right.
should be able to have debate so that it's out there rather than suppressing
I,
it and festering.
I just know that I've had conversations with people where I feel this sort of hidden arrogance that they're never going to talk about, where they feel like they're just sort of smarter. And I'm like, if you would just explain why you think that is, we could unpack that so that you don't stop like filtering everything you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You definitely get that. Yeah, you're like, just say it, dude.
like, and I had this experience when I was in like, I went to like Bible school and I was in this class where I was like, I felt really smart about something and I wasn't talking. And it wasn't until I talked about it that I realized, like, oh, I wasn't as smart as I thought I was. So, like, I think people will do that where they like kind of are like super humble and they like are like this wise thing. They're like, I'm humble. I'm not going to say anything because like they're not going to take it. But it's like then they end up in this kind of solid state.
Oh, yeah. That's a yeah. That's a hard one. We're talking about so many like edgy social cases right now. It's insane. I can't. Yeah, I can't. That's a hard one for me to handle. Is this like, oh man, nope, not gonna say it. That's a hard one for sure. It's just better to like. It's so difficult, right? Because you just want to like, you just want to not feel alone whenever you handle issues sometimes, and whenever you say those issues, you're testing the water if it's acceptable to speak those issues out loud. And sometimes it's not even worth the risk.
Yeah, I
It's not
mean,
safe. It's not safe to do that unless it's, you have a therapist or whatever.
one of the great underrated philosophers, I think underrated, is actually Terence McKenna, because he's oftentimes who that is, Terence McKenna.
I've heard the name.
So he's somebody who's um wrote a lot about psychedelics and stuff. So he's put in a different category than philosophers, but he had a
Is
lot of
he the?
interesting things to say.
I think I do know Terrence McKenna. Sorry, I'm googling him really quickly.
He is
Yes,
maybe
yes, I've seen one of his crazy lectures on YouTube, and I just mean crazy as
right.
I like what he had to say.
Yeah. Um I view him in very high regard actually, but I think one of his ideas, one of the things he said was the importance of going it alone. This idea of because like you're describing, like it'd be nice if there was some people who could just like who I if I could just like talk to them about these things and sort of not feel alone. But I guess one of the experiences of going into an extreme psychedelic trip is that you go into crazy places where no one else can sort of follow. And there's that going it alone thing. And I mean, I personally have discovered that like loneliness isn't something you necessarily feel because you don't hang out with people for long periods of time. I say loneliness is when maybe you don't think you can ever connect with people. It's when you feel lonely.
Yeah, you know the Young quote, that one. Something like loneliness is when you're unable to communicate the things that you care the most about with others, or
Right.
you're seen as not good to others. So, like one of the things we've been talking about definitely enhances loneliness is being
Hmm.
the out person all the time. Yeah, man. That's a super deep and difficult psychological topic right there.
Hmm.
That one's rough. As far as like as far as that goes, I mean, then it just leads me into my opinions on how the therapeutic situation is in my environment, like how affordable it is and how it's even operating. Like that's what this conversation is making me think of.
Hmm. You wish you could you wish you could have a therapist to talk to? Is what you're saying?
I don't know if I don't know if I need that. I'm just saying when I did, it leads me to remember when I did try therapy and things like that.
Hmm. I didn't say that because I thought you need therapy at all. I only said that because I was trying to draw the connection between why you were talking about the affordability of therapy in your environment to what we were
Yeah,
talking
because
about before.
I think in like systems, and I'm weird, and so I think of like, well, if I have this problem, I'm probably not alone. Many people probably have this problem.
Hmm.
So
I feel like if you talk to a therapist though, you're not going to feel less lonely because like the chance that a therapist is going to like you and me, I feel like we
that's
can resonate, you
well,
know?
that's what I'm talking about. Like I'm convinced that's the therapist's job is to make sure that you don't feel lonely.
Hmm.
And I don't mean that in the sense of they're going to be your buddy buddy. I mean that in the
Right.
sense that there's someone that you can just they're the mirror that is we're talking about crazy crap right now that I know I'm not trained at. But the way I look at it is this other human. It's just like how we described all the humans before with social dynamics. It's you're creating that in group for something. You're creating this in group in this therapy session so that you don't so that you can go out and then be normal because you're constantly trying to regulate. This is a hard topic to articulate. Like I
Yeah, no,
think
I
I
mean,
like psychotherapy. I don't like therapy.
I guess I just didn't have an experience where I ever went to a therapist. So like what I did instead was something like alchemical transformation or like you know,
What is that?
I'm talking poetically in terms of I just looked inwards. Uh
Hmm.
I guess allowed I guess the alchemical description would be allowed the you know sort of a Jungian shadow integration. I allowed the shadow to emerge and then um perceived it. Alchemical transformation,
I think I
maybe not
understand what you're saying.
correct.
Like you went through some self reflection and you feel like you found some things and you changed some things.
Yeah, I mean maybe it's more though like this. It's I also did like dry fasting. You go without food and water, and w-
That's intense.
what I discovered was that like in your own mind, maybe it's connected somewhere else, but just there is a pathway into information where there's no thinking involved. It's just perceiving. And then there's this like
Mhm.
ability to just see. Yeah,
There's a guess disorder, disability where you're blind, but your eyes still work.
blind sight,
Yeah.
I think.
So that makes me think of like if you were to have this and a car was completely silent somehow, or a train, whatever, just an object that's large, and it was completely silent, coming at you as fast as possible, and it was going to kill you, and you were just standing there, like your body would sweat and whatever, like you would have a physiological reaction, even though you don't know what's happening. That's what that made me think of. What you just described with your
But does it make you think of it directly in terms of you think that that is an analogy to what I'm describing, or is it just tangential?
it made me think of whatever you were experiencing, you like found that whatever it is that physiologically reacts to threat.
Mm, right. I was able to see the thing that was hidden before, kind of what you're saying.
Yeah, which I
Yeah,
would call the unconscious.
right. I mean, I guess what I did was like a really strong form of shadow integration. I've looked, and Jung does not advocate for this because he says it's really dangerous. But essentially, what I did was I um, implemented absolutely zero self control on my life. So everything that I was like doing was just a product of my unconscious. There's like I would never stop myself from doing something. I would never make myself do anything. And therefore, like what was emerging from my actions. This is, I guess, why I call it like um why was I thinking that that's why I called it alchemy? But um and so then the unconscious states like sort of sort of emerged. But I guess what I'm saying is like I did like a pure meditative state where like I felt like I was always meditating because even if I was doing something, it wasn't because I was like volitionally doing it. I was just observing myself, watching myself act out, and then like I saw like these like deep esoteric patterns at the base of humanity, kind of in myself. I'm just basically saying like that there's like a literally like a route of internal endeavoring that's entirely different than the exoteric thing. I don't know.
That makes sense. Sounds intense. Sounds extremely intense. I
Yeah,
don't
it
think
was
I could.
extremely tense.
I don't know how to essentially turn off inhibitions. I don't know how you manage to do that.
Super easy.
It's super.
Just do you want to do? That's the only like that's the question. Like it's really easy to do. It's just you just always do the easiest thing. Just that's. But I mean, I'm saying it's easy, but like easy in the sense of like you can do it, but do you want to do it? Like you said,
Gotcha.
it
Gotcha.
results in you being somebody who is like,
Yeah, I guess. I mean, like, yeah, I don't know how to like turn off that long-term marshmallow experiment. If I get this marshmallow now, I get the marshmallow now. But if I wait, I get two marshmallows.
right. But this is the interesting thing though that I found though is like I don't think in some sense what we think are like biological desires are actually truly biological desires. So like everybody thinks that like you eat because you're like desiring to eat food, but when I like gave way to my desires, so I would eat as much as I want. What I observed as I was acting it out was actually maybe it isn't me that wants to do it. It was something else, that I
Oh, dude, that's that's intense. What? That's intense. That makes me think there's some motivation that there's a motivation that can even inhibit hunger. If you're saying you did something to the point where, like, they did this with rats. They gave rats cocaine and the rat and food, and the rats just did the cocaine till they died and left the food off in the corner. And so that's super intense if you found out that you can activate this motivational state where you can biologically ignore hunger. That's intense, dude. It's crazy. And you're saying, well, you don't have to admit it, but you're saying you did this completely sober?
I love I knew it was going to be scary when you say you don't have to admit it. Um I would say like I mean I'll describe the maybe the entire thing because it's like it went for a long time. So basically sort of a couple years ago, maybe 5 years ago or something, I had an experience where I smoked some weed, and then
Hell
what
yeah.
happened was I had this. I went into this sort of like really terrible state where I just couldn't stop being afraid, and like I kept trying to fix it. I kept trying to solve it. I just
Awesome,
couldn't stop
man.
thinking. I could the thoughts of like cycling. You call it like a panic attack, but it was like a panic attack for 7 days, and then
From just one, like, whatever amount you smoked, whatever unit you smoked, it
so
lasted
I
for
had
7 days.
yeah. Well, I didn't smoke after that, but I mean I had smoked before like. it wasn't the first time I'd smoked, but like I'd smoked and I was like okay generally.
Yeah, I
But
get
then
you.
and then sort of one time I had this and I was very terrified because on the package it says risk of schizophrenia.
As a
And so
package. Oh crap!
yeah, on the
I'm
because
not in a place where I
it was
can
oh it
purchase
was yeah, it
legal.
was Canada, so it was legal.
Okay,
So on the packaging had this warning. And so I
cool.
was like very afraid because like my conscious state had just dropped out of nowhere. So basically, yeah, then for the 7 days I didn't smoke any weed. But what I resulted in that was that I eventually, instead of trying to solve the problems, I just came to a complete state of acceptance. And so then that state of acceptance is the state I moved into, which is just sort of acceptance of myself, acceptance of like my own internal state, like sort of acceptance of even my own thoughts, where I'm not trying to always control what I'm thinking and stuff like that. Um,
Yeah,
but then sort of like as I integrated this understanding of acceptance, I would say that my relationship with any kind of substances was that maybe at the start of it I drank alcohol, and then towards the end I didn't drink alcohol. I thought alcohol was a bit crazy, but I thought it maybe would be like I thought there was maybe something good about it. And then I realized there's nothing good about alcohol, so I stopped drinking it. But I don't necessarily think that there's any. I don't think I smoked. Yeah, I didn't smoke much weed. So like the weed and any substances was longer ago. Transformation was not. I have, you know, um, done psychedelics and stuff, but the transformation was not induced by that.
I've never, I've never done anything like that, but I have. My drinking experience was very intense too, but I haven't drank in a long time, and I don't smoke either. I used to smoke cigarettes and drink often and smoke weed, but definitely the alcohol thing I can resonate with too. That was a pretty interesting spiel that I had too. I think
Mm-hmm.
it was like 18 to 24, 25 was pretty intense for me drinking wise.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd like, I don't know what happened. I just was like, I'm done with this. Like, this sucks. And I just had like
Mm-hmm.
occasional glasses of wine, and now I haven't had a drink in years.
Yeah, I haven't had any drugs or alcohol in years. Yeah, I don't think they're really that good.
Oh, I need to, now that you bring that up, now I need to be like, well, how much did that impact the way that I behave?
Drugs and alcohol
Sure.
impact the way you behave, or you're saying a nice way to ask how it impacted like how I behaved. No.
I know. I was say. I mean, you could answer that if you want, but I was asking like I need to look into that now because I completely forgot about that. I was just. I was. This was a good conversation reminder to be like, oh yeah, you need to think about that because I when I started my like self-reflecting stuff, I don't think I ever looked at like, oh yeah, I did this pretty heavy in my formative years. I think maybe I
Mm.
considered it, but I didn't really dig too deep into it because I was afraid it was like smoking, where I'd be like, well, if I think about it, I'm gonna do it again, because that's how like smoking was for me too.
I mean, I feel like because of neuroplasticity and stuff, like your mind probably can recover if there.
I don't know, man. My memory's pretty bad. Can't say it enough.
Is it bad in a way that's bad though? Like, because I have this theory that people forget things they think they memory is bad, and in reality they just forgot something that wasn't that useful.
That's a good way to put it. Uh,
Like names, for
I
example.
think.
Like you forget somebody's name, but like, do you really need to know it, or is it just a social thing?
Right. No, I mean, like, I have behaviors where I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot to put up last night's dinner and now I have to throw it away in the morning. which I mean, of course, it's not life or death, but that sucks, and it happens often. And I would like to improve on that. And there have been worse things. Like maybe I don't do it anymore because I jumped on it quickly. But I used to forget my son's allergy medication, and that was pretty tough. That was a pretty tough wake up call to that level of memory.
Yeah, I mean,
It might feel, it might sound, simple and minimal, but I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. Maybe I have this odd expectation that people are just perfect.
I kind of have the same. I think that like people at the base level should be kind of should kind of approach that. Like, why would we not have neurology that's set up to be useful? I just think that it's so complex when you talk about forgetting things. The mind and its
That's
relationship
fair.
and its spirituality is just so complex that I don't necessarily view memory problems as necessarily physical problems in the mind, but more like a relationship between the maybe the spiritual aspects of it and then the programming on our minds where because the idea the implications of sort of substance induced neurological disorders would be that there's maybe something physical that happened, but I just feel like
I just
there's so
tie
many
it.
other things going on.
I just tie it to my low conscientiousness. I'm just extremely useless in that dimension unless I have my motivate. Like if my motivation's in that direction, I'm going to destroy whatever problem it is.
Hmm.
But like simple things, and that's, I think, built on how I was raised. I think those things are built on how we're raised, and
Conscientiousness.
it could be some temperament too, or some like genetic stuff.
I just feel like going low into conscientiousness is part of shadow integration because the thing that you're defining you need to be conscientious of oftentimes is, if not always, something which uh, is not resonating with you at the deepest level, you know? So like
Yeah, I see what you're
you
saying.
think I want to always work out every day. Is that really the best thing for you? That like our minds are like so deep in their thing. It's not just the conscious part. So like just because like the conscious part of your will doesn't align with your behaviors and habits and performance doesn't necessarily
Right.
mean that there's a disorder.
Right. Well, like I have my wife and her entire family, like somehow they get a task and they're like, we have to do this right now. And I get a task and I'm like, I'll do it whenever I understand that it's going to, I know this, I know how long this task is going to take me. I can already play it out in my head like that, and I'll do it whenever I'm damn well ready.
Yeah.
And they just get straight to it. And I think that's kind of what I'm talking about. But maybe that also connects to your multi-dimensional take too.
Hmm.
I don't know how to explain it. And I think conscientiousness is one of those dimensions we don't know how to develop, right?
Absolutely. It's what all the motivational speakers and how self-help things are talking about. It's just how to be more conscientious. And I don't think they do a good job at all.
Yeah, I don't think we know how. I think it's. I think I've heard Jordan Peterson say it. Like we don't know how to cultivate it. We don't know how to.
That makes sense.
And the only thing I can think of is I think Jordan Peterson also said this. Is like military boot camp. That's one way to develop it.
I I think that it's shadow integration. I think that when you don't like, I mean, that's what I'm saying
What's
about like,
well, this it's the pattern. Think of the pattern in the system. It's not necessarily like just military boot camp. I think I'm not 100% sure if it was Peterson. Maybe it was someone else. But what I'd heard, or what I think I heard from this, was the pattern of breaking yourself down to nothing and then rebuilding yourself
Mm.
to build that dimension back up. Because when you go
Yeah,
into
that's
boot camp,
interesting.
when you go into boot camp, they're pretty much going to treat you like trash, and then make and rewrite all of your habits. You're going to make the bed. You're going to wake up on time. You're going to go run. Like, they're breaking you psychologically down with this abusive style, and then they're rebuilding you into this thing that they want.
Hmm.
And it's just it's amazingly clever, and it works.
Yeah, it definitely works.
And maybe that's the same pattern that you experienced. It's like breaking completely down and then rebuilding.
But it's a breakdown through doing whatever I want and having absolutely no self control, never employing self control,
Well, that wasn't
and then
you
seeing what happens.
before,
It
right?
wasn't me before,
Right, like you weren't the person that did everything they wanted. So
not before.
for you to break down
Right.
was to be the person that did whatever they wanted.
That is true. It is true. It just feels somehow qualitatively different because it's more about not the 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 psychology behind it isn't that there's something that needs to be broken down and straightened out. It's more that there's hidden motivations that are affecting my conscientiousness that I need to see, and I see them by manifesting them to their fullest extent and then observing the phenomena as it arises. It just feels
Mm,
different.
okay. It's like naming the thing, getting the language finally to name the thing. That gap in learning where your intuition is much faster than your vocabulary.
I
That
really
makes
like how
sense.
lateral your thinking is. I feel like you're very high in openness and no?
Yes.
Yeah, you're fully high in openness. You're like literally as high in openness as it can go, probably. Just from talking to you, it's what it sounds like. Um,
I don't know. I know. I just remember it was. I need to retake the test because I planned on doing it before my kid. It was 2 years ago, and now I'm going to do it again after while I have a toddler because I want to see how I've changed. I had, I think it was a 10 on agreeableness and a 10 on conscientiousness, and then it's like 50 neurosis. Uh, Extroversion was like 70, and then yeah, openness was in the 90s.
mhm.
I think that's how it was. Yeah, I need to retake it. I was just talking about this the other day with someone. That's why I remember those numbers. It's not because my memory is good. Like I said, my memory is shit. I was just talking about this the other day. Do you? You said you have high openness.
Mhm.
What was your lowest dimension?
Maybe neuroticism, maybe conscientiousness. I don't know. Um,
Like,
I just if it is conscientiousness, it's because I don't operate through conscientiousness. Like I don't do things because I think they're like what I do. I do things because there's this alignment all the way like from the spiritual self to the physical self, where it's like I just the thing I'm doing is good. So and I think maybe conscientiousness was judged on this sort of like forcing yourself to do things. I think I have this somewhere I could see.
that's a fair way to put it. I've thought the same thing whenever I first took the test. It's like, well, what is it? But I think conscientiousness and specifically the big five just has to do with the English language. It doesn't have to
Hmm.
do with like how they determined something. I think it's just they took all the words that mean like building and chores and things like that, and then they associated that with whatever questions.
Right.
Yeah.
because I don't think I have any problem with actually doing things that ultimately I want to do, the productive things. I don't think I have a problem with that. But yeah, chores and stuff like that, I just schedules, not interested in that.
Yeah. Yeah. I tend to, now that I'm a parent, I tend to blame that on my parents, but maybe that's unfair. They're humans. They had problems to deal with too.
My parents are very conscientious and orderly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd say mine are the same for sure. It's just, again, always leads me back to what's wrong with me? I'm too old.
I just don't think there's anything wrong with not being that kind of conscientious. Like, I mean, like I said, though, like, I feel like there's a way of being after shadow integration that you don't need to, there's no like, there's no like war in yourself. Because this is like the idea of like the military training boot camp. There's this, there's the ego that needs to figure out how to get to the super ego that needs to train the id who's always fighting. I think that the id being conceptualized as our like primitive desires and stuff like that is not real. I think that like our psychology, once you go through all the integration, ultimately there's no like internal wars about what you do. It's just like you do the things that you should do ultimately, but I mean it takes a while.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to. I don't know. What do you? How would you say that in simple kid terms?
Mm, There's a thing you want to do. You're like, I want to be a entrepreneur. So I want to study butterflies. And
Sure.
what self-help gurus do, what everybody who talks about it does, says, listen, if you can't study, you need to you need to just double down and study butterflies because that's what you think you should do. What I'm saying is, in that journey of like watching yourself not do the thing you think you should do, what emerges is all these things from the sub unconscious. Some of them are better clarification about what you should actually do. Some of them are like spiritual connection, things from the outside that seem to be influencing you, your own patterns, ways of doing things. You said to say this like it's for a kid. I just realized this is went way off track.
It's okay. No, it makes sense. It sounds like maybe the tension then that you described with, like, maybe conscientiousness is doing this unfair measurement. I think maybe you're onto something, in that it's because this tool, this test, is being used to predict, in quotations, success. So I think that's the tension, the connection there with conscientiousness and success, is
Well,
that it has
yeah.
this pressure of, if I'm high in conscientiousness, then I'll be successful.
Well, this is maybe I can tie this into music because this is something really, really clear. And this is probably why I figured this out was because I was trying to learn how to do music properly. So there's a problem with self-control in music because if you just make yourself do music, you play like you just made yourself do music because your internal state, this is maybe why I said alchemy, is projected onto the thing that you're doing. It's so, the alchemist
Yeah, that's fair
in
to say.
cities.
If you're that damn good at the instrument, I mean, shit. If you could just communicate with your fingers because you just automatically know everything, then I can totally understand that.
Yeah, musicians, when you listen to them, what they're feeling is what you're feeling. There's no like, I create this thing over here and then you experience this entire different thing. It's what you experience, they experience. And so this is a problem for the classical idea of boot camp conscientiousness because forcing yourself to play piano, then people are forcing themselves to listen to you. It's the same thing. And so, um, what piano teachers oftentimes think of as success is how much can you play piano and learn quickly? False. It's not going to help you at all. What success is how much can you love piano and love doing it? Because
That's
people want to
yeah.
listen to somebody who loves piano.
It's so cool hearing like the same ideas pop up in other fields because this is the same sentiment in writing.
Oh, it is.
It's the same sentiment. If you like, yeah, I mean, in storytelling and screenwriting, from what I've heard, is that if you just hate writing, then why are you doing it? If you're just doing it to make money, why are you doing it? If you're doing it because you have to, like, you gotta have some stakes in it for sure.
Hmm.
But with, I think the difference, uh, no, I think they're the same. I think they're the same. These are two instruments. Like language is the instrument the writer has, and the piano is the instrument. And you just have to figure out how you can just like unconsciously communicate your ideas and emotions. And getting to that point, I imagine, takes an incredibly long amount of time, especially
I
at that level.
finally figured out though why I said alchemy. It's because that is kind of what it is. It's this. I think that Jung described alchemy in psychological language because alchemists were unwittingly projecting their unconscious onto their field because they were trying to figure out something, you know, they're trying to figure out how to turn lead into gold. And it's like, well, how are you going to do that? There's no starting point. And so seeing what their starting point is reveals their unconscious, their psychological state. You're like, you're seeing like the way they think about things, the way they operate, that there needs to be this sort of prima materia under something. You see this whole philosophy emerge in alchemy. It's all completely wrong, which gives us sort of evidence that it's not material truth, it's psychological truth, because where else is this stuff coming from? And so that's what I think the alchemical transformation is in some sense. It's like for me, music, and for you, like writing and seeing what happens when you write. Like, does it feel cohesive? Does it feel smooth? And then looking inwards, why does it not feel smooth? What is, you know, so it's that play between your own unconscious and the physical external state.
I don't know if you get it with piano, but maybe you do. Maybe you write a song and then significant time passes to where you lose that attachment and you go back and listen to that song and you're like I completely see a different me, or like I understand me from that time. That's how writing is to me. Like when I read something now, I am like deeply connecting to the author. I'm like, oh crap, like this guy, like I never thought of that until I started writing myself. And I'm not very well read. I didn't read very much growing up. And but I started writing before I started reading a lot, and that clicked in me a lot faster than, I don't know, maybe if I read I would have clicked that together. But writing helped me understand like all these people writing are like putting their projections and subconscious on the page.
Hmm.
So it's really hard for me to not see that. And I wonder if you experience that with piano too. Like, oh, I wrote that
I
piece at a really dark time in my life, or I don't know, whatever you got.
only recently have I started actually recording what I do because for years I've been sort of studying it entirely in a dynamic state. So I've been like learning how music works, improvising all the time, always creating music, but creating it and then just playing it and then it goes away, never writing anything down.
Gotcha.
And so I don't have that kind of experience as much.
Well, I hope you get there if you want.
Yeah, I'm starting to. It's weird. It's something. It's just strange how much I think I need to understand before I start writing music, and I just keep learning stuff, and I think I'll get to a point where I start writing music, but there's just so much to study.
Imagine, I imagine music theory and yeah, I can imagine, but I have no clue how complicated. I'm sure that is so complicated.
You know, what's complicated about it is that there's it's a kind of a going it alone thing. There's no resources to help you because to understand why a composer, like why different chords work in different settings, like why they actually work as opposed to just copying other people, is not incredibly straightforward. So there's all these philosophies that have to be learnt that are nobody will teach you that.
Yeah, the wisdom. Maybe that comes with writing and making mistakes. Maybe that wisdom is extracted
Right.
out of that.
Could be.
Hmm.
How are you feeling? I think we went
Yeah, I'm feeling good. It's late.
4 hours.
At any point, you could always be like, "Hey, man, shut the hell up. I gotta go."
Well, I don't know.
For future
Just
ones, I'm saying for
oh,
future ones.
I
Right
always
now is
feel I always feel comfortable doing that. Yeah.
okay. Okay, cool. Just want to be clear. I'm not trying to hold anybody hostage.
Yeah. And likewise to you. If you ever
For sure. No, I like tonight was a lot more personal, and so, but I do like getting into that, like psychological nitty gritty. It's been a while since I've done that.
the personal I think is so important in relation to everything else because it's as much as there is maybe the truth or the academic thing and the stuff you should be learning, your motivation for doing it is the thread that carries you the whole way. And that is a personal thing, I think.
Right, but just I have this other thing in the back of my head where it's like, well, that's always wrong, or that could be wrong. Not always wrong, but that could be wrong. You know what I mean?
No.
No?
No, I just don't like, yeah, in relation to personal,
Yeah, your personal. It's just like with any logical conversation, it's a personal anecdote. It's important. You're right, um, but
right,
unfortunately, it's an anecdote, and it could be wrong,
right.
and that's what sucks.
That's the kind of
So,
the alchemical process I'm talking about, where though it's like the thing internally comes out, something you see, could be right or it could be wrong, but in interfacing with it, you maybe get some more clarity about.
yeah, yeah, I see what you're saying. Just being able to see the thing in general is incredible because I'm sure throughout this whole conversation, I did so many unconscious things that I'll never see. Yeah, I hate it. I don't hate it in a bad way, but in a fun way.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean, man?
Now I think I know what you mean. Yeah.
Is that too yeah, is that too strange?
Mm, yeah. I mean, that's same thing. Though that's something I feel is best analyzed not through thought, but through, as Jordan Peterson would say, paying attention, not through thinking. You know.
Analyzing what, like yourself?
Yeah, you're talking about, you said you'd have maybe behaviors or habits of things you wouldn't even have thought of. And I feel like awareness of that or even an ability to correct it is not done through psychoanalysis or thinking or model
Mm.
exploration, but just pure unadulterated attention or awareness or
Oh, I do it. I think there's storytelling for sure.
Mhm.
Like I'm definitely gonna write a story about making the first math happen. That sounds like fun.
Man, I would like to read that. You should send me
I'm
some of your stories. Yeah, I know you sent them one or two in the past that you posted on Peterson Academy.
They're all nightmares. And there's just all like allegories of something I've just come across and I'm like, I need to understand this better. So they're not like I don't know. I'm being harsh on myself. Mainly write allegories. But yeah, man, I got really really short ones I can send that are just pretty simple. That way you're not
Cool.
being overly taxed because I have some really long ones and some really short ones. I think this year I'm going to try to publish my book that I have,
Wow. That's cool.
but just self publish and then hold on my own. And I don't know about sell and all that.
I feel like even through the academy, there's like ways to just sort of network and like, you know, build your
Yeah.
circle and stuff.
And that's my problem. Remember, I like being on the outside.
Doesn't feel like you're on the outside in this case, though, does it?
I talk about
Like in relation to like our interactions.
no, and it's gross. We need to be on the outside more. I have a very good, I would say, good friend who lives in Italy that I've met completely online, and he also operates in the same way as I do. And so I have another connection to this human behavior. He just has some really intense quirks that I don't connect to. But I mean,
What? I'm curious. I guess you probably can't say, but that just sounds so intriguing.
it's just he's older and he likes his favorite topic to explore academically is sex differences. And when you talk about sex differences in today's culture, it's frowned upon, is all I'll say.
Hmm. That's what we were talking about actually, just in the call. You know, the one Willow does every Saturday afternoon.
Sure.
We were
Yeah.
talking about what it means to be a virgin, and the
Gotcha.
differences between men and women. So yeah, and it was like all of it was all of us guys sitting there talking about women, and then just her silent. No, it's
Just
just
was it
so
just the
funny.
one woman there in that
Yeah, it
group?
was just her. It was just her this time.
Nice.
I just think that's funny when guys talk about girls, and there's like girl or two there, and they say nothing, just because like the way men are talking is just not interesting to them. But yeah,
No, I love talking to him because he makes really really good informed points on a lot of things,
that's cool.
and he's also not afraid to talk about really hard topics, and that's just absent in many spaces.
Yeah, I mean, like I will talk about absolutely anything, but like you said before, when it comes to public discussion, it's just like, no, I won't talk
It's
about
dangerous. Yeah,
necessarily everything. Yeah.
it's weird. I don't know how because even just doing this, even just thinking about it, it's dangerous. It feels dangerous.
Yeah.
which brings back to the pattern we were talking about. Just naming the fucking problem is is what automatically puts you on the outside.
Hmm.
Something about I bet you it's total bullshit, but maybe there's some Jungian idea of bringing, because you know how he's all about the collective unconscious.
Hmm.
Maybe there's some people that can bring the unconscious, the collective unconscious parts into the consciousness.
That would be the shaman, wouldn't it?
Is that what that is? Oh, okay. What the fuck? There's a shaman now? What is that?
That's more Mircea Eliada's work. The shaman is somebody who maybe go undergoes a massive split from the rest of society. And this maybe manifests itself as maybe a crazy person in a tribe or something like, oh, this person's just like lost his mind and nobody knows what to do with them. They're just crazy now. And then through the if the shamanic transformation is properly undertook, the shaman then eventually is able to bring back treasures for society because they've went into a place that society couldn't see and they've gleaned information and now
Hmm,
they're sort of a spiritual leader.
gotcha. Okay, well, fuck me. No original thought ever. I always, I always run into that. Like I tell you, I'm like so not well read, and so I generally like say something, and people are like, "Oh yeah, fuck."
That's the utility of education though, is like getting to that point where you know the basis of a field enough that you can then start to.
Yeah, yeah, that's the other issue. That's the issue with conscientiousness, right? It's like you have this weird motivation to not even build these simple foundations
Mhm.
because you're, for me, because I'm split between where my attention is taking me. It's not giving me, you should build a foundation and then build on that, build on that. It's just I want to go there and then I want to go there and then I want to go there.
Yeah. I mean, like I I came to understand a bunch of things which I feel like nobody in exoteric culture knows. I think these are valuable things that I want to share with people. And then I have the motivation to get the grounding. So like I think you can go the other route too. I didn't mean that you need to build up on everything to then have stuff that's valuable. I guess mean that like you can have something that's valuable that you found without without doing deep philosophical exploration and research and historical analysis. But in order to
You're right
really
though.
parse out what's different between yours and then what's already shared, then there's that need for grounding it in
Yeah.
history.
Yeah. No, you're right though. Just having the basics is important at times. You're right. It's something I wish uh, our brains could handle. Is holding all of that crap because I don't know anybody that can do everything.
I feel like our brains getting rid of the stuff that we don't. Selective memory is really, really important because um, memory is like this tree of cataloging, right? So, if you remembered everything, it's like it would be like going into a library and looking for one book if there was no like that's difficult enough. Like going into the library and looking for one book, it takes so much time because there's so many books to look at. That's why I think memory has to be selective because when you think of something, it triggers another memory. It can't be all the memories that it could trigger. Otherwise, you would just be there's no way that could even work.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of around the conversation with AI.
Oh, like
You
AI
just
being able to do that for us.
yeah,
Yeah,
It'll be the tool that lets us
it already
bridge
does
that gap.
that. Yeah, because like I quickly look up stuff.
Hmm. Better, faster. It's a good problem to solve, I think.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking I want to head out, get some food.
Yes. I need to go have more nightmares that I don't have.
Huh. Yeah, you said you don't remember your dreams.
I really don't, dude. I really don't. I dream when I'm awake, is what I tell myself. That's why I write. I can't dream at
That's
night,
cool.
so I dream when I'm awake or something. I don't know.
You don't have nightmares either, then? That was just a okay.
No, no. Maybe I don't get
Well,
enough sleep. But yes, sir. I'm gonna go turn my brain off.
all right. And again, hit me up anytime if you want to talk. And I feel like if you want to, I'm I'm always down to continue doing conversations like this.